I did send you a stream together invite.
Oh yeah. I should. I do not know where to find it. I will just open this link. That. And hopefully it works. Oh, I like it. It worked.
Looks like it. Nice.
Okay, let's do start on that. So it's not so quiet in the background. Okay, what if I just... Because I tried to use this before, but I don't think I need to use this anymore, so I will... I'll do that. And then I will move from here. There. So... okay, what's going on? Malice, Zoe, the best slow. Ooh. Hi, Pon. Hello, Zoe. Reman still managed to get 500 points. Lemon, no, that's a chestnut. Chest lemon. I might have some lemons on my chest. Woke up shaking again. Oh. That doesn't sound great. So... Let's open this thing and see. There. And then that's not how it should be layered. There we go. I'm sure my one isn't full, but whatever. It still allows me to... Why it's not? Anyway. So what is going on now? Pon is 97% cute. Cold cookie. Hello, did I tell you you are cute? Maybe, but you can say it again if you want. I am cute. I'm 97% cute today. Rima is 81. Wow, Rima is really cute. Oh, so he's 69. Nice. Kind of funny that you got that number. 190 stream streak. Wow, that's more than half a year. My fur. So I have some random times here. Malice Draconia. 3 streams. I'm drunk. Oh, I see. Oh my god, funny looking new trap. Yeah, my first gun. I don't like it.
Damn. How rude.
Brum. It moves. But it will need to... Also, it can't rotate the turret. The run's pretty smooth. Okay, like that. You like this bodysuit? Yeah, Jannertto likes this one. I made it for Jannertto. Well, for me to wear, but you know. I mean, Jannertto wearing it could look nice too.
I don't deny.
Could find an outfit like this in real life. Looks great. Well, thank you. I put it together the best I could. It is a glowing, and if you really like this outfit, I could also show you a funny drawing I made with this outfit, which includes this outfit. I didn't draw using the outfit. I mean, I guess that was understood. Okay, let me make sure it fits on screen. There we go. Here's a drawing I made. Well, it also includes Jannertto. Well, look, what a surprise! Jannertto is in the drawing too. Yeah, doing some infiltration, but the glowing outfit might not be the best outfit to use. But it's... Oh yeah, looks that kill. I'm in a state I might not remember tomorrow. That's... Well, maybe you should come back tomorrow and then we'll go through this whole process again. Oh good, you're already against the wall. Zoe. Yeah, I got the booty. Anyway, I built a tank that can move. Fancy. Oh yeah, that's how it works. Okay. But the tricky part comes where I'm completely lost, would be like when the test switch to this is the oh yeah, this one is the one that provides this information. Target for the wheels, exactly, the target wheels, which are the 4 points. It should look down from quote, look, I built a tank that can move. Oh, that one. Stop shooting me, I have a peaceful tank. Perfect position, perfect. It's cute when you shudder. Well, if you say so. Well, so we will see whenever we have a call together and how you will, who have used. Well, anyway, you making a game. I'm trying to. Jannertto is helping me make sense of everything.
Slowly and steadily.
So I guess it would need to figure out here's up to the position. So if it moves, it shifts its position and everything. Although it does need to, well, I guess can you save the original position and stuff? Because if you run into something, the vehicle should stop.
Yes.
So it could update its position, check if it collides in something, and then undo, go back to, if it does collide, that is, it goes back to the previous position. That's a very basic way of doing it. And also
we use-
stops the acceleration or speed back to 0 and rotation everything back to 0.
It does need to stop the speed, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm wondering, did we use a rigid body in the player character itself, essentially? Or was
Don't-
it fully... Okay.
No, but I guess it would just be basic cube collision checking. Oh look, we got lyrics on screen now.
I mean, cube collision is already kind of a thing built in, so...
Yeah, I mean, we
could
use
just
whatever
use
is
that.
available.
Yeah. So if we add a collider to the player character and then add rigid body, it should just hit things, so if it goes too fast it will go through things. But
we don't need like the we don't, it's not using the physics engine, it just moves the actual object, so I don't think we need, but to be fair, rigid body would push it out.
yeah, and it is faster and easier to implement. It
I mean,
doesn't
my
need to be
implementation
perfect at this point.
wasn't hard. Just before you update, you store the position and rotation. You update the position and rotation. You check if it's intersecting with anything that it shouldn't be allowed to intersect. If it does, you reset the position and rotation and stop the speed and everything. And there we go. But of course, it doesn't do the pushing out of an object in case you get into the object, but... So like if it resets the position, but when it resets position, it should no longer be inside something, because the previous update, it should not be inside something. So, I mean, that shouldn't be an issue. And also the vehicles are not going so fast that it would be going through a wall. So that shouldn't be an issue either.
Yeah, and then if it does happen, we can then make special implementations that then...
Yeah, but it's
stop
not
it
going to
from doing
happen,
that.
that's the thing. The vehicles are not
Well,
going to go that fast.
We will see. Likely not, but we will see. And we will react to it if it happens.
Sure,
If not,
I mean, sure.
then we do nothing.
I guess I can't, like, but I mean, like, for a vehicle, like, the game runs 120 updates a second. For a vehicle to be able to pass through even like a tiny tree, for example, we'll say like that, it will need to move a whole vehicle position in just one update, and that's really fast.
0.6 vehicle movements, I believe.
What?
If it goes... Essentially, if it goes beyond the half point of the tree, then it will probably clip to the other side.
No, not in my implementation.
Well, if you implement it, then yeah.
Yeah, because my implementation was when a collision happened, it resets back to the previous position.
That's not gonna be a perfect implementation either. I can...
Not even no, yeah, it's not perfect, but what would the issues be? Would that be?
If it resets the position, then the issue would be that it kind of clips backwards and then starts again accelerating against the object, and then
No,
stops.
no. I said that it will. The acceleration stops.
Yes.
The speed stops.
Does it? Yeah, but does it stop the input?
No, I mean it will start accelerating and ramming it again. But I mean,
Yes.
that's not a problem.
It will look janky AF if nothing else.
I mean, that's how the original game works. So it's I mean, here's the thing. This is the idea wasn't like, this is not going to be like super advanced or simulating or anything. It is based on this arcade game, and I like the arcade-esque thing because, like, I did play Return Fire 2 and they tried to do so much more, and it was so boring and annoying. I'm fine with it being like, we'll see how it turns out, if it's like super janky or...
Well, that's the first problem I see with it, but if it's not a problem, then I don't know.
I mean, plus
Second
it has
problem is
acceleration, so I mean, it's going to slowly get up to speed again, so I mean...
Yeah, but the thing that it's gonna collide again is right next to it, so it's gonna...
Not really, I mean, it depends how fast it goes. It's going to be a gap, so... Which could be look a bit janky because it will collide. Because it updates into it and then will go back, so it's going to leave that gap, so technically it collides before it hits it. And that could look janky, but considering that the vehicles aren't going to be really speedy and they update so many times a second, so I don't think it will look janky. And yeah, it's going to accelerate, but it's going to stop at the wall, so as it tries to accelerate and collides immediately with the wall, it's going to be set back to 0 again, so I don't think it will look janky. It would be probably the initial, when you go the highest speed into a wall, that will bounce and leave a gap, and then you accelerate slowly, which it wouldn't bounce, but it will stop. And then you will accelerate slowly, and then you have low speed if you get closer to the wall before it collides again. But that kind of might look like a bounce off the wall due to the high speed, so that might actually look the opposite of janky. Actually, I need to look at how the game looks like when you run full speed at a wall as a reference. Should I put it on screen or should I just...
I feel it's worth showing. Probably.
Okay, let's see here. I need to find the window. I could, if you want, to provide a more live feed. As in providing the basically a screen share on Discord if you want.
Fair enough.
This is the song. So all I do is... Yes, camera. Let's... A virtual camera, exactly. There we go. Now we should be able to see.
Yep.
So, if I take the controller, because... Oh, I meant to look at the map. Oh, and we'll see which map this is. Oh, it's empty map. Okay, no problem. There's still a building on this one. So if I go... Okay, there's no sound, anything. We go full... Okay, wait. I need a better... Whatever. Bonk. So it does that thing. It's very hard to see with the moving camera, but when you go full speed at it, it does...
sort of bounce a bit.
It doesn't bounce, but it kind of looks like it stops before it hits, because it goes at such a high speed, and then it goes just slightly bit until you hit it again, and because that's the map button I wanted to press. And then because you're lower speed, you're getting closer, and then it stops again, and there's probably still a gap. I want to try some fast vehicle. Okay, that didn't show anything really. No, that was harder to see with this vehicle. So it kind of looks like kind of the implementation I was thinking. How did it tested that? Oh, still pressing the wrong button. Well, they decided to not use the confirm button to confirm the vehicle weight is kind of weird. Because other things I'm thinking about is like how does... So as soon as you hit it, you can... So, okay. The reverse kind of along slowly. So if you go forward and you want to reverse, you have to stop before. But it's very short. It's very short with this vehicle. But when you hit something, it's very hard to tell because of the. But it just looks like you can reverse immediately because that speed has been then set to 0.
Camera movement is very hectic.
Yeah. And you can't rotate if you're too close to the wall. And this should not be a problem either, because as I said, when you try to rotate your vehicle and you're too close to a wall, it doesn't allow you, because it will rotate the vehicle, collide with it, and therefore reset the rotation. So it will also stop your rotation. But therefore you can still push against the wall and still reverse. If it really depends on how you're being at the wall, because if it resets everything, that means that you could technically get stuck trying to turn and reverse at the same time. So that could be an issue. I mean, you could argue that you shouldn't try to turn and reverse at the same time, but like... But anyway.
I'm remembering that it might be the case that we will need a rigid body anyways to actually check if we collide to anything.
Isn't there? I mean, yeah, I'm not against the idea, but I'm just thinking, like, isn't there just a basic collision box that you put on the vehicle and then collision box on the object?
I don't remember if that registers collisions. I think that might just be the...
It just needs to be intersection. I mean, that technically is a collision, but it only needs to register an intersection between the two. That's all I need.
No, but I mean that the rigid-bodied object actually checks if there is a collision, whereas the collider is just like recipient of it.
I mean, yeah, sure. You just...
That might just be a feature of Unity as a whole, if I remember right.
Whatever works.
Well, yeah, I guess since this is technically two-dimensional, we could technically make it so that we make our own two-dimensional hit system, collision system, but
yeah, it's because the only thing that will hit are the ground vehicles. The helicopter will not hit anything. Nothing will be high enough for hitting it. At least nothing is planned to be high. And also it would be kind of inconvenient for the player if there's something like whatever that would be, a radio tower, a skyscraper. Kind of annoying to kind of see the map as well if there's such tall things.
I mean, I suppose some sort of an urban, like high-rise urban environment might be an interesting thing to implement as something special, but for now...
Yeah, for now that's not... Plus, that wouldn't be too hard to implement either, because that would be, I guess, a special collision box that the helicopter is checking, and that's it, really.
I mean, the helicopter will need a collision box either way, so we can get the projectile hits.
Yeah. I mean, that's... that.
So just make things taller. Welcome to my TED Talk. Wait, what?
You like it tall?
Tolpnui towers in your area.
So my issue, as I said, so what could be done is that do 2 checks, update the position. So what data type is position? It's a
vector 3.
Vector 3, of course. I was just about to say that. So we call this old position or position old, doesn't matter, I guess. Which is set to the set to the position. After the position, then you basically do like if
technically
collision.
Not necessary, but fair enough.
And then you...
We have the speed. Oh, no. That would just make it bounce. Then again, that might be... Oh.
And then set it to the old position.
Yeah. I was wondering if we could do it so that we... Because we know the direction and speed, we could backwards calculate.
I mean, yeah, but that seems... a risk for issues as well. I mean, sure, you skip this step to be fair, and saving the performance while not collisioning.
It would potentially also be more, how to put it, predictable.
I mean, technically, yes, all you have to do is take all of this and set minus instead, because then you're just reversing it.
I'm also mean from player... Well,
oh, you can't make it.
No, it's gonna be the same end result anyways. Because when the collision is registered, the object is technically already inside the other object a certain distance, and then it's gonna reset to the same location if we use the other way on the other way.
And this one is just inversing it. Yeah, so I mean, technically this is better performance.
It doesn't need to do so much calculation, but it does use more RAM. But the amount of RAM we use is neglectable.
Yeah, I mean, it does do one more. I don't know how many cycles it is. It does do. Yeah, it still does more. I guess. Yeah, whatever.
I don't think it. Because it just prints the old data into the other thing, so I would...
Yeah, I mean, so this one takes more processing than just putting the old... overriding with the old data, that is true. But it does have to do... So when a collision happens, you have to do more calculation, but when a collision doesn't happen, it doesn't do any extra calculating.
Yeah.
So I mean, it's a trade-off, I guess. But yeah. It says, as you said, negligible.
Yeah.
Fancy word. So it wouldn't matter. Really. And here, what was this thing? This was... Current speed rhyming should be... Set speed. See, I can set the value here. Oh, it's in here. And current speed rotating should be set to 0. It does take 2 collision checkings instead of just 1, but this should allow you to not have a situation where one, if, for example, if you try to rotate and move at the same time, and the rotation gets it, but it can't rotate because it's too tight, it will still move it like backwards if you try to reverse, for example. But it will not rotate it because it can't do that. And if you're like reversing, because it's basically 2 positions. If you're parallel with a wall, then you can't rotate, but you can still move backward and forward. And so if you try to rotate and move forward and backwards, it will at least move even if it doesn't rotate. And should I say drive? It will drive but not rotate. And if you're slightly at an angle, so you can't move forward, but you can reverse, but you can't turn because you're against the wall. Well, you can turn one way, but not the other. But you're trying to turn into the wall, and then you're reversing. It will still reverse because it's can do that, but you cannot rotate until you have reversed enough from the wall that it can start rotating. So that should not be any issues. So yeah, this should work. Now I just need a way to check the collision, which things, although there's nothing to collide with anyway, so...
Well, that is relatively easy to change. But yeah.
Okay.
Make a box.
So yeah, so when it comes to that... Now the code doesn't have any errors anymore. It just sets the collision to false. For now. How would... So it got a bunch of stuff here. Should it be as... I was thinking like a separate mesh that would... Or can you like define actual collision box?
Mesh collider can take the mesh of the thing. This is rather ineffective way of doing it because there's gonna be a lot of unnecessary detail.
Yeah, so
box collider would probably be preferable.
How do I define?
You go to you inspect the game object you want to add the collider to, and then at the bottom of the inspector there's the add component, and you add a right box into the search bar, and there's a box collider.
Ooh, now that's open in the mesh. What? How everything works here?
Left click the vehicle on the scene.
There's no vehicle on the scene.
I can see one on the scene, or is that something else?
No, it's something else.
Okay, then you need to go to the prefab.
Well, yeah, I have the... Oh, this should be prefab. Oh, mesh compression. Normals, import, calculate none. Blend shape normals. Normals mode.
I imagine the prefab would be in the prefab folder.
Alright, that's true. This is the mesh. You're right. I was in the wrong folder.
It happened.
There we go. This makes more sense. There we go. There we have add component. There we got rigid body. Was that the one you were talking about?
So that's the thing that...
Capsule collider. Yeah, box collider. Wouldn't that work?
Yeah.
And I assume it calculates this based on the mesh?
No.
Is it random values? Can I see it?
Yeah, it should be... If you... Oh yeah, you need to double click the vehicle tank. So you open the...
Oh yeah, there we go.
And now it should display the green box. I imagine the numbers have something
Seems
to do with...
yeah, it has placed it according to the primary mesh, so...
Huh. I guess it's smarter than I gave it credit to then. Neat.
Huh. Interesting. Oh yeah, that's why it has that random number. But yeah, it might not works, I guess. But not according to the whole thing, but that's okay, I guess. How big is it? No, this is my fun wall. Folders everywhere. Unity projects, there we go. Should be able to measure I'm basically off of that. There we go, now it has a box colliding. Will all objects then be in its own layer? We should probably have some kind of generic object. God, she's not naked anymore.
Damn.
Damn, she's not naked anymore. Libri. How large was that tile again? It's a quarter of the tank.
Is it just me, or how the heck did you leave this Discord stream?
Wait, what?
Opens it. I'm just trying to remember how one actually leaves a Discord stream, because I'm still watching your Discord stream.
Oh, you should be able to stop watching. I mean, if you don't want.
Disconnect button, but that's gonna throw me out.
Huh.
The on camera doesn't sound right. Mute doesn't sound right. There is supposed to be a button for this.
Yeah, this, I am doing camera share, not video share, but like it should change. I mean, I could stop sharing, but I mean, but you should have the option. That's weird.
Indeed.
Oh man.
I'm confused.
Yeah.
I'm just here wondering, am I this
Okay.
imperceptive or what the fuck is going on?
Okay, so if I show you this instead, then you should have the option to join and leave as you wish. I wonder if it is streaming. Okay, if you go for 490, it goes down to 4x3 for some weird reason.
It still doesn't seem to... Okay, now it says stop watching and not disconnect.
Yeah, so it also replaced the button. I guess that's better for...
Interesting.
Well, okay, I don't need to stream the screen anyway. So yeah, so I guess it was because I used the camera and not screen sharing. But apparently I can still share the camera through the screen sharing, so I'll use that instead. And still, yeah, that's weird. Why that would be different in any way. So I was thinking like having some kind of generic structure. So let's say this as, so the structure building. Alright, it should be plural for consistency's sake. Buildings. Should be. Otherwise my brain will get annoyed.
It's annoying when brain is annoyed.
Yeah, we should just speak a language without plurals. There are a few. Okay. Right. That's what I wanted. This will be a very simple structure.
Once again need to find out how these things worked. Ah. Oh yeah, that's how that worked. Sort of stupidly simple, but still works.
I'm back to my normal outfit.
You know what's surprising?
Well, what do you find surprising? I'm untraced. No.
The fact that that hasn't happened yet.
Well, it didn't have to happen.
No, it is predestined.
It's your fault.
Would it truly be a Bonbon stream if they weren't in their underwear at least once?
I don't like this. What about my feeling? Okay, I'm dressed again. What are you gonna do about that? Guess you're already done the thing.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yes, thank you for the headband, Jannertto. That's not really undoing what you did though, but...
I never claimed it would.
That is true. Casual dress. You like it? Well, I like it.
It do be nice.
I did ask the artists involved in it if I could have it, and they say like, well, it's just a generic design anyway. It doesn't matter to me. Well, okay then. Then I will use it then. Something weird is going on.
To have consent, I suppose. Well, I don't know, I had to suppose.
But you are correct.
Okay, now I have system to select which tile I'm gonna be using. And I also can just pull a unity by going outside of the range.
What? But okay.
I have a slider that has, I presume, like 1 slot more than what I have. Oh yeah, because it starts from 0 and goes to 10, but I marked it 11 because I was like 11 slots because it's 0 and then 10 more.
Hello.
Because binary number. Well,
No.
numbers based on binary.
Well, no. What is the actual reason? It has nothing to do with binary.
First one being a 0.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That has nothing to do with binary.
This is how this data is stored. Well,
yeah, it's
read from it, but
it's because numbers start with 0.
depends how you ask.
I mean, yeah, in like our human world, people tend to start at 1, but I mean, it still starts at 0.
Because if you have nothing, then you can't really start counting it, can you?
Well, yeah, that's usually how it works, but like, yeah, we typically index from 1, but index from 0 makes things easier in many situations.
Well, it kind of only makes sense in IT, to be honest.
I mean, yeah, that's where it's mostly used.
Because we don't
and
generally have lists
well,
that
technically
don't have anything in them.
Wait, that doesn't. Your statement didn't make sense there.
Most of the time, we don't list things that don't exist.
Well, yeah, that has nothing to do with it. We're talking about indexes here.
Well, the point I am making is that in the physical world, well, not in the computer world.
Yeah, but
if we make lists, we usually start from 1 because we are listing things that are present.
Well, that has nothing to do with it. We're only talking about indexes here. If you start at 0, 1, it doesn't change the content of it. Just because you start from 0, that doesn't mean it represents nothing. That's not what it is. However, if we set the index 0 for like the tile map to mean no tile, would actually not be a bad idea.
What we use the no tile for?
If you don't need that, like for example, the base. Like in the original game, it's a platform that sinks down into the ground. It would be good if there's no tiles underneath it, and it's also a platform that you cannot like destroy, unless that thing should count as a tile and not an object structure as that is. But maybe it behaves better as a structure rather than a tile, because tiles are static, structures can be interacted with.
Is the tile structure, the base structure, cannot take the whole that tile that is on?
Well, it's structure because the vehicle is 2x2 tiles. That structure is 2x2 tiles. So,
is it gonna take more than 2x2 area?
No, it's just 2x2.
How's the vehicle gonna fit in?
Because the vehicle is a bit smaller than 2x2.
Okay.
Just like in the original game. The original game, the vehicle isn't really pulling up the full square, but it's close.
The sort of thing I see there is that it's gonna make it complicated when we need to, well...
I'm listening.
The corner of the structure that interacts with the tile that is not flat on its edge is gonna have...
I mean, the structure has boards on it, so just...
So it's gonna continue a lot downwards.
Yeah.
Okay.
It doesn't need to continue a lot, but yes, basically yes.
So, what I was essentially thinking is that we could have the empty tile, or we could have such structures do a thing where they disable the tiles they happen to be on.
Could work, but I mean, kind of unnecessary to specify those tiles anyway. Maybe it could be a good idea to like have them zeroed out so we can like look at the tile map and see like, yeah, here we are placing a structure. It depends on what kind of structure it is, of course. I mean, some structures might need a tile, but some structures might.
Well, I mean, most structures are probably gonna need the tile.
Maybe. Maybe they should have. I mean, yeah. Okay, that makes sense. That most structure would have it. I guess that would be the only one that wouldn't have it. And then for everything, like maybe nulling the tiles is better than building a whole system that to disable the tiles or something. I don't know. It's like
this. This is how I see it.
Okay.
When you place the structure, it essentially checks the tiles it lands on, and kind of commands those tiles meshes and colliders to.
Well, the tiles doesn't have colliders, but okay.
Tiles don't have colliders.
No. There's nothing to collide with.
What is the raycast gonna hit then?
Well, the idea was the actual mesh, but do you need a collider for that? I guess you need to. Oh well, look, sure, it can have a collider then if it needs the actual collider for the.
Fair enough.
If it needs it, sure.
I guess we will just lower the vehicle model down as an animation. Well, oh yeah, but it's so it would not be hitting anything anyway.
I mean, yeah, we could just ignore the tiles, but that works too. You're just floating about the tiles.
The floor of the map, not just gonna be a one large plane collider.
Do we need a floor?
The vehicle drives around on. And then we will have the tile colliders that do the vehicle's thingy-magic. That it doesn't just drive on flat ground, but responds to the non-flatness of the tiles.
Yeah, I would like to see that. I would like to somehow program that, but I don't know how I would do that actually.
I mean,
it has the 4 points that it's can raycast from, but
yeah, it raycasts down from those, and then you need to sort of set up a height that they would want to be on from the ground.
Yeah.
And then you need some sort of an...
Should be like a mathematical function you could use. Just problem one is but search by bonding network one. Where you have 4 points and you can kind of figure out how a plane will lay on top of those 4. Yeah, that should be possible.
And I feel like it doesn't really matter if it somewhat clips into the ground.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
So.
Hello, Bubble.
Bubble boy. Bad headbats, cold. Hydrate. I did a hydrate, why can't I hydrate again? So I guess after it finds its position, then it would check. Normally it's 3 points would be the best to check, but that would be kind of awkward vehicle, so.
I mean, and that's kind of where essentially the function behind it comes along. That you have 4 points, and it sort of calculate some bullshittery from
Yeah.
those.
Question is now how to do that.
I feel like this is one of those questions that we can push to later stage when we actually have a functioning game.
Fair. I guess that's not for now.
Yeah. And it might also be one of those cases that has an already existing answer in the internet.
Well, yeah, I assume. I mean,
It.
it's just pure mathematics. It's 4 points. Figure out how a square plane fits on those 4 points. It's I would say with high certainty that this exists.
Yeah. Unless it's just flatly about how we want it to work from those points, but then we probably find a basis for it anyway.
Yeah, I believe it shouldn't be true. It's just mostly how I would write code, but the mathematics part shouldn't be like tricky. But let's just elaborate it how to do here at least. I should texture doesn't matter. But I like textures.
I don't know what I heard, but I heard you say I like textures, and then I'm like, well, you are a 2D texture.
I'm a 2D texture? Oh my. You're
I'm just
so
a 3D asset playing a PNG tuber.
such a flatter complimenting me like that.
Haha. Such deep flattery here, huh?
You're a beautiful texture with nice curves.
I mostly just have sharp edges.
Yeah, you do. I was mostly talking about Pon, but
I know.
but I guess you gave the contrast. That kind of is a funny contrast between us then.
Do be. Then again, I have seemed to contrast pretty funnily with most VTubers and characters in media.
I mean, I guess so. I guess most people are more organic and
More so, usually you would make characters for media and such to be made to look visible and good, whereas since I'm an infiltrator cyborg, that's kind of the opposite what I'm supposed to be. Which in a way makes me once in a while wonder, should I not be the infiltrator model?
well, you do what you like.
That do be the case.
Maybe it should be a cute bunny.
Tantantaa.
The bunny unit.
Bon trying to make more bunnies in the internet.
Yeah. Of course. I like bunnies. You don't say. I was hoping this would be a bit easier, but apparently not.
I feel like I should do use raycasts more, but sort of rarely reason to do them.
Yeah, I guess it's...
Or they really shouldn't be done that often, because they're sort of inefficient.
I guess they're not like can be useful, but shouldn't be overused or something. I don't know.
Mostly because they do kind of so much calculation for so relatively little things, essentially.
Do they though? I don't feel like they do much calculation. I could be wrong.
I mean, they need to calculate if they hit any geometric shape in the area, so I suppose it does matter how geometrically complex things are around.
Oh, yeah, that does make sense. Because it is just in like a line without thickness to it, so...
Yeah, but...
Do.
I mean, there are other kinds of raycasts now that I think about it, but yeah.
Cast my ray. Anyway. Or desperately this, I'm putting too much effort into. No, it is really good. Beautiful.
Raycast all. That sounds like an interesting method.
That sounds like the most complex one.
Ah, it just returns all the hits from that area.
Okay, let's do this. I should open. Why do I manage to end up with too many things open? I'm making good progress on my comic. I've almost completed the second last panel. Don't know what the dialogue should be though. That's the where I'm still stuck.
Difficulties of the creative process.
Yeah. This is interesting. I'm learning stuff here.
Nice.
What did I do? Oh, there it is. Hey, leckers, type in well, I failed reading that. Hey, leckers, type hi in chat. There we go. That's what it says. From Cabha. Hello, Darkness, Queen or King. Darkness.
Hello, darkness.
My old friend.
No, I think this is different darkness.
Oh. Okay, so yeah, so this is specular. I need to think in the reverse. Because Unity does it reverse from Unreal Engine. And I've done a lot of modding. Should have been a lot of Unreal Engine use.
What is dark matter from Kirby universe?
I am half human, half dark matter of Kirby universe. Wow. Some kind of evil being, I guess. An evil doer.
Isn't Kirby the evil in the Kirby games?
Kirby is the evil doer.
Clearly a unknowing joke. They do have a habit of eating a lot of things.
As we know, eating things is evil.
Well, if they're living and sentient, it's definitely not from the most...
I'll give
How
you
to
that.
put it? Kind things to do.
It will not be kind to eat someone. True.
I do not understand this sentence.
Well, I think I thought. Wait, what sentence? Yeah, by the way, I am the only one about have the feelings. I can understand why you don't understand. I do not understand that. we need to decipher it. No, but I think I forgot to say one thing, or realize that thing, but I don't think I've said it to you. Jannertto, was the confusing terminology here. When we talked about shaders and materials before. So in Unity you create a shader, you can make a custom shader, and then you create a material out of that you can apply to things. Well, in Unreal Engine they use the term material to refer to shader, and then use material instance to refer to a material.
I have no idea which one of these is closer to sensible. But...
Yeah, I don't know. Unreal Engine does the same as Blender is doing, so Blender calls their shaders materials, but they still call it a shader editor, just so. I think
Thanks for the follow, darkness.
I think in Unreal Engine they call it a material editor, I assume. So at least that's consistent.
But I did a little report on shaders, and apparently they're a program that decides what color the pixel on the screen is going to be. I do not know if the... Well, I mean, there is going to be the After Effects or whatever they are called. That's gonna be layered on top of the materials.
Where did I place the shader?
I imagine the shaders folder.
Do I have a shaders folder?
I do, but that might just be me.
Okay, I have one called tile shader. Oh, it's in the shaders folder. Okay. I missed the shaders folder. Okay, there it is. I was thinking, can a raycast see which shader it is of the polygon it hits?
Yes.
Because
But
then I
that's
was...
gonna be far more complicated than just giving the thing a layer and then raycasting to that layer.
No. That's you still
okay.
You still raycast on the layer just because you only care about the tiles. But when it does the collision, on the very point it does it, we could check which shader it is to determine the material, and then we just have a different shader for the different materials. So a sand shader.
That sort of sounds like a horrible idea.
Why?
Different materials, yes. So different shaders are a different mathematical formula that the
But
screen needs to be calculated through. And if you have multiple of these, then it's, I would imagine, gonna cause some clutter in that process. I do not know. Don't have enough experience on the rendering side of things. But on the materials, if we stick to materials, yes, that is totally doable.
Yeah, but materials will not. Then in that case, can you? Okay, in that case, we will have one. Okay, well then in that case, we'll have a material per surface type. But then when you spawn the tile, it will also define the textures it will use.
Yeah.
Well, in that case, we'll go with that.
I do also have information on the tile itself for this sort of thing, though we haven't really decided if we're gonna use that or not.
Yeah, but that's not exactly going to work for what I was thinking, unless... No. Because I was thinking, like, it seems very simple to just have... When you have the transition from one type of tile to another, you just have the material, like... At least the asset is just a combination of the two tiles, basically. So the sand part of it is using the sand material, and the grass part of it is using grass material. And then it just checks what material is it, and okay, that's the type that determines how it will react in, like, mostly basically how the speed it dries.
Okay.
So it could work by having tile information too, of course, but...
Yeah. Though technically the material already holds...
Yeah, I was thinking, like,
so...
but I already can read the material.
I don't know what sort of information the material can sort of hold we would refer it to, necessarily.
So if it's... Although I need to find the text... So yeah, so spawn a tile. It has its material. Define the texture for that material.
Then we would need to compare textures.
What? No. No, you have a material per this ground type.
So we would
only check the material. You only check which material it is, and that determines what ground type it is.
I mean, you could do it that way, yeah.
I mean, how else? How else would, like... I mean, sure, we could just have an info on the tile and see which tile it is, which material is it there for, but then it doesn't really work with transition tiles, unless that should be like an in-between value, or unless it should have more information regarding how the tile is divided up. I don't know. I'm overthinking this, I know.
Yeah. I am wondering, do we... No, yeah, yeah, that's probably simpler, yeah. It's gonna need for us to have a lot of transition tiles, but that's not gonna be an issue necessarily.
No, that's on me anyway, so I'll handle that.
If there's a lazier and better solution to be made, I would suggest it either way. If it was on you or me to make it.
Well,
I suppose there is the somewhat of a mad idea where we would have we would essentially have a 2D map of the tiles, which would essentially tell which tile has which texture. And then we would make material that kind of combines those textures more heavily the closer you go to the edge between those tiles.
Yeah, that's...
I'm sort of thinking that is semi-simple.
Yeah, but I don't feel like that's like the idea here. Or, I mean, it would be a neat thing, but that kind of isn't what I was looking for, but whatever.
So we're making 1/4 of the tile size that the original game had, right?
Yeah, that was what I was thinking. Well, that's what I've done so far, at least. And thinking, of course.
I'm just wondering if there's gonna be transition tiles like in between those.
Well, yes, I like from sand to grass.
Yeah.
But it would, like, sure, it wouldn't be a transition tile between every type of tile. It doesn't need that, so it doesn't need that kind of like level of details. It's just.
I guess we will need to make some sort of a map about this.
Yeah, I did write the file. I didn't add any new tiles to it though. So I guess there's that. Because I kind of need a better way, like a editor to, like, when I define it one way, it's automatically defined the other way back. If I were to edit, it's fine. Why does the copy not work properly? What is this? There. But yeah, it does have this. Keep doing that, stop doing it. There we go. I need to put together an editor. Which tiles did I put here? 5 is that way. 3, 2, 1. Okay. Wait. I'm getting confused. Now I'm confusing myself.
That is a programming thing that I'm very bad at, and which
Getting
points me to
confusing yourself.
why I should be doing more pre-planning, because planning while you're doing is fine to a certain degree, but when you're doing something a bit more complicated, it usually just ends in problems.
Yeah, I've tried to plan I tried to plan out, but I haven't planned out everything. But the more I learn about the development process here, the more I know what needs to be planned as well.
Fair enough. I am just kind of like this, I suppose. Just sometimes end me smashing my head against the wall in the relatively simple things, which is not fantastic, but
So my vision was basically a simple, basically following everything that game does. Original game with its tiles and everything. But anyway. Beautiful.
And then to check how I actually did the tiles this time. Oh yeah, I had that whole weird thing going on at some point. The whole thing about tiles that weren't actually part of any game object. Yeah, that was a thing.
Now it's acting weird. Why did it... That should be correct. What a rough building, but you can see. Because it does not have collisions, you can go straight through it.
Dun dun dun.
Dun dun dun.
awkward situation of you have made a piece of code and now you have no idea if it's gonna work or not.
Oh, and yeah, that's how you program stuff.
Indeed.
This structure is really shit.
Not seem to be working. Oh yeah, they don't have a collider, yeah. That's gonna be an issue. We did already kind of establish that they do need a collider. They all need a mesh collider. Speaking of the piles.
Yeah. So now the where did it go? There it is. So now I have a structure here with a collision on it. How would I collide with it is the question now.
You drive into it.
Well, yes, but how does it recognize the collision?
Well, so each time you have a collision with a game object, there is a thing you can call in the scripts. That is on collision enter. This works in similar fashion as the fixed update and start an awake.
But I want. That's not going to work then in the way I was thinking. Because I wanted to move the position, check if there's a collision, and then move it back again if it collides.
Well, the Unity with the on collision enter kind of does the if there's collision part.
Well, yeah, but that doesn't work in the code I wrote. Unless it runs this code, a collision is caused, therefore it runs the other code, halting this code, but I don't feel like it would.
I mean, you could just make the on collision enter to be a piece of code that just changes a boolean.
Yeah, but that's still not going to work unless it changes it. It will. Okay, yeah, it can work if it changes the value while it runs this code.
While it runs its code.
While it's drawing this function to update its position, if it can at the same time do the collision trigger and update the collision trigger before it continues this code, so it halts this code, runs the other code, and then goes back to this code. But which I don't have any control over here though, so currently, unless there's a way to do that. Because I would assume that it would finish the fixed update code completely, and then it does the next trigger. But then it's too late.
That's sort of why I'm saying that you could do the boolean thing on the collision enter.
But my question is, does that work?
So it's probably gonna do the collision enter before your thing, and then you run the script to a certain point, and then it checks if it has collided with something.
But how do I make it actually do the check? I mean, because it's
gonna
in
be an if statement.
yeah, but no, but okay, I don't understand what you're saying, because it needs to run. It needs to run the fixed update.
Mm-hmm.
It needs to update the position, and then it needs to check if it's colliding.
It's probably gonna do it on the next fixed update.
Yeah, that's what I'm feeling, that it does not run the another trigger while a trigger is currently being executed. And that's not going to work if that's the case. Unless I can tell it here. So I was thinking, wouldn't it, instead of relying on the other trigger, wouldn't it be like a thing that I can like currently colliding or something? I don't know.
I wonder if there actually is.
Because that would be basically what I need.
At least someone has asked something similar.
It has been revealed that water has not ever eaten a bear. Yep, that is there. Maybe I should just search on that too.
Physics.overlap, but there's a box and a spear here, and I do not know how much reading I need to do there.
Apply the physics box overlap. Yeah, what do you do? Center point, the extension from the center point in the 3 dimensions, the quaternion rotation, a layer mask if you want, or required, I don't know, actually no. Query trigger interaction. Find all colliders touching or inside the given box.
I mean, we have your tanks or vehicles collider box, so this, I guess, would be it.
I wonder if you can choose that one, basically.
Physics.overlap. So I guess you would then you would need a collider array or just a collider, and then hit colliders, well, that would be the name, equals physics.overlap box, since your game object is a box. But is this based on if the requester is a box or the hit target is a box?
I'm lost now. I will look something up on my own.
Okay. Center, half extent, orientation, layer mask. Okay, so this would mean that you would ask if something overlaps with it in this certain area. Interesting. Seems very useful. Don't know if I would use it here. But it might kind of be the thing you might need to do unless you use the on trigger enter.
Yes, I do not see how on trigger enter would help in this situation. It's the thing.
You want it to know at a certain point of the code. If
Yeah,
it is
at a
inside
specific
something
point,
else or
yes.
not. So
it needs to check the collision after the position is changed. Well, before the collision check. So
the thing is that unless it's very specific weird thing, I don't see why it can't check it. If it happens to check it before your code runs, then that's sort of what we want, isn't it?
no.
Why not?
I don't want it to run. I don't want it to check before the code runs. I don't want it to check after the code runs. I want to check it during the code. because the reason why is because it updates the position, then it needs to check for the collision, so it can move the object back if it collides or not, and then it does the rotation, and then it should check again. So if the rotation has caused a collide, and then it should reset the rotation. And those are two different separate things.
Fair enough, I guess.
So, yeah, so... But I mean, the physics overlap box should in theory work, and then just checks. And it has a filter for a layer too, so all these colliding structures would be on the same layer.
Nice.
So this will work, but if I could like load in the existing collision box, that would be convenient.
I'm sort of wondering.
Alternatively, we can just define what the collision box is in just variables and then put those values in here.
I'm sort of wondering, could we just copy them from the collider we already have?
Yeah, if there's a way to reference it.
There should be, because we can just have a variable called the collider box, or box collider, or the collider, and just like, hey, what's your center? What's your...
Yep, that's
and whatnot.
It basically.
Oh yes, I don't have colliders, so these things, my raycast can't hit anything. That do be an issue of sorts.
So, what was it output? Collider type as an array. Oh yeah, I need the name up on it too. Okay, we'll search for that. Then Unity get box collider center. Let's start with that. Box collider center. Well, that didn't say anything. Okay.
It's overlap box.
No, I want to find box collider center, not so I can give it to the overlap box.
That's just...
Oh, there's box collider here, I guess. So
the vehicle has the box collider, and that has the center.
Yeah. Why does it change what I'm selecting? Game mode is get component collide. Okay, here we go. So I need to yeah, got that. Okay, yeah, all right. Oh, switch vehicle data. Okay, here I would also have collider, which is just a collider, not collider 2D. Push. Okay, scribble code. Collider, or should we vehicle collider? I don't know. It's a bit more beautiful, more obvious that way. And that is when a vehicle switch that sets the current vehicle's get component collider. Yes. So now with the vehicle collider, I can now get its center. Oh, it's bounce. There we go. And then we need the bounce extents. There we go. And then I can do, what was it, debug log?
Yes, that will write in the console.
And then they said, they suggested doing like hit, not that it doesn't need to be hit, it's just plain text. Hit colliders, which is an array. But I'll just check the first one just. And then the name apparently is a thing.
It's alive!
Is it working on your side?
Yeah, the tile map editor is now working.
Oh!
Now I just need to go through my other code and find out how saving works. And then implement it.
That's going to be useful, having a whole tile editor. So let's update this code because the code is error-free and hopefully it will output what it's colliding with. We'll see if that works.
I'll go and get something to drink.
Oh yeah, that sounds nice. I'm kind of running out of water, so maybe if this works, I'll take a quick break. If it doesn't work, I'll take a quick break. It is colliding. Oh yeah, it's colliding with itself. Okay, well, at least it does collide just with itself, which is the problem. Okay, I'll get some water. Quick break. The system that confuses new players, which they really shouldn't have changed from how. And there we go.
I already lost one of my lives.
That didn't even take a minute.
No. Okay. I'm done texting.
Well, good, because you've been using 3 lanes and the shoulder.
I didn't
It's
crash,
just a
though.
bit more busy.
No, you did good. Actually, you drive better while texting than not.
Fine, jeez.
I see your future. I see a shining light. You're going towards it. You're dead. It was a train. Okay. Maybe... Oh, more warnings. Yep. Yeah, that's what I warned about. I have you at the edge now. What are you going to do? I'm going to slap you with the sword. I don't think slap is the correct terminology here, but... So...
A pon gathering.
Pon gathering, pon meetup. No, it's with that I'm going to try to be more engaged in like
Pon con.
Pon con.
Con.
I would like a pon meetup, inviting people I know. But we'll see how that goes. I can play the same level for 3 hours, 5 hours, 7 hours. Without. See? Easy peasy. No, I'm going to die. Oh, so few pixels from winning. Hey, you missed me. That's not allowed. You're allowed to miss me, but you're not allowed to give me damage if you miss me. I take it that you like my butt.
We all like your butt, Pon. We all like your butt.
Thank you. I guess Cream's job is to take damage and waste time. Oh yes! What was Mr. Pokemon's big discovery? Pon handing the mystery egg to Professor Elm. This is just a chicken egg! Look behind you. Ah, no. Someone fell down behind you. Okay, okay. Keep the egg. If you're going to be... Oh wait, I had a chance there. No, he's messing with me. Ow. Oh, neat. Ow. Not so neat.
In the rain or in the snow, I got the funky flow, but now I really gotta go.
On the toilet?
Huh?
I don't know. You said you had to go. You know.
I have to go, Bon. To the washroom soon.
Still. No. Why are you... That was an interesting bug. Nice, it's word already? Yeah, he's left some dragons behind, but okay.
How long have I been in this game? I was curious.
Yeah, but...
Well, it's Nasty's world, so...
I mean, I guess in here it is sort of editable. Hello. Welcome back.
What are you talking about?
Editing.
Nice. Okay, so the collision thing works. It just collides with itself. So... Should we, for the sake of simplicity... like we have the layers already. Which layers should we put like structures on? I'll just see if that works.
The only layer I am using is 15 for tiles right now.
Seems reasonable to continue doing that then, I guess.
Okay. You should probably put it as tile. Because I'm gonna need to override it probably from your end. So yeah.
This is just the testing scene anyway, so...
But the layers
Are they global?
I believe so.
Would make sense.
At least it would make certain things simpler.
Okay, they
Like
are
the
apparently global. Okay then.
Like the script working same in independent of which scene it is in.
Does make sense. But it can only have... Yeah, so the reason why you only have 32 layers is because it's based on... it's a 32-bit mask. But you specify which layer you want with an int, not a bit mask, which is kind of weird. Shouldn't it be a bit mask? But it would be nice if you could like choose if you want a 32-bit or 64-bit system, so you can get more layers. But I guess you shouldn't really overuse layers.
I mean,
But I didn't really understand what he said anyway.
But what?
How about the layers?
What about
15 tiles, yes.
no? Like the tiles are at the layer 15.
Yeah, tiles layer 15, yes.
Okay. I understood that you didn't understand something about something, so.
Yeah. You said like you said layer tiles layer 15, so I wrote tiles on layer 15, and then you started talking about some kind of overriding a bunch of stuff, and now I got missed.
That's a GitHub thing. So because we are gonna now have separate files, but
yeah, but if we just make
two
it same
files
here,
that
it
both
shouldn't
have
really
been-
matter, right?
it's gonna be the same change, yeah. But if you add the buildings there, I'm just gonna take the one you have.
Yeah,
and
I mean, yeah.
everything's gonna be fine.
I mean, you could just add structures to your list too. So they are the same.
I don't know if it's gonna like that, but yeah.
I don't. You kind of have to agree which layer it should be anyway. So which layer do you want it to be? 16.
That works.
Just. Oh, it's not typing. Yeah, you just put structures there, I guess. Tiles and structures. There we go. And then we have the same systems. Perfect. Perfect. What did I put? Oh, it's here. No, I clicked on the wrong one. Oh, everything gone. Everything is gone. Okay, I should be able to put. Yeah, so it's supposed to be a 32-bit mask. So what about? Do you know what a bit mask is?
I have not come across this definition. No.
Okay, I don't know if that's the pure. That was the term that they showed up there. It's basically. It's 32.
Essentially, I don't know what they
It's 32 layers because with a 32-bit variables, you have 32 bits. Every bit represents a layer. So you can, if you say, for example, do a raycast, you can therefore specify exactly which layers you want, depending on which bit you enable. That's a bit mask. Which I was thinking like, oh, that would be a clever system to use in like if I'm going to like do collecting gems in the Spyro, because I was working on a Season of Ice remake in 3D. So I was thinking like a bit mask would work for that. It does not, because the first world has more than 64 gems, and Unreal Engine doesn't allow you to do a bigger than 64-bit variable. Well, I mean, if you're working in C#, it might, but does C# have a? Can you just define any size? But I was programming that fully in the blueprint system they have. So it didn't work basically.
Heck.
Can I specify? But how do I like? It did say that it had some overrides. Okay, what does it have? Half extends Quaternion inlay mouse. Okay, so if I'm going to have, oh no, yeah, I need the rotation too. Of course, silly.
You
Silly
are
me.
indeed very silly. But not for this reason.
So I do transform rotation to get the rotation, and then I can specify structures only. It's a non-English song without lyrics added. I should add the lyrics for this song. It should be like a try. How does try work in? How do I even build a try? Is it try catch?
That do be how you catch errors.
Let me do like quick C# try catch and see how they work. Try catch, yes, that's how you write it. But I'm not gonna catch an error. It's just try the collision if there's nothing to collide with. Like if there's no element 0, do the catch.
I mean, it is still considered error, but yeah.
Is it? Oh, I didn't know that.
It's... what was it called? Out of array.
Oh, I haven't put it.
Whatever it's called.
I need to put this as layer, correct layer. How do I do that?
So if you go into the thing, and then it's on the top right in the inspector, above the transform, right below the name.
Alright, layer default. There we go. Right. Well, thank you. Weird that it doesn't write the number there, as usual. Okay, no hit, and then I go into this. Still no hit. It is possibly... no, that makes no sense. It does not raise their heat. Because I haven't changed any settings on the box collider on neither vehicle or building, and it did apparently hit the vehicle.
Try using the one layer higher and lower, like 14, 15 and 16.
Wait, why? I mean, I could, but
apparently,
like...
apparently there's some weird bug going on that might cause it to be one layer higher or lower. I don't remember. Apparently that was a thing at some point.
Well, that's a huge issue, breaking all the games, making it completely useless.
Not useless, but kind of stupid, yeah.
No, I mean, like, it really depends on how the bug happens. If it's like randomly, occasionally in...
There's a very defined way how it and why it happens. I just don't remember if it... Well, I don't know if it's still a thing.
Yeah, at least if it's predictable, sure. And then...
I do for this reason kind of usually use the... how was it? There's like a way of making it a serialized variable where you can select one of the layers.
I mean, yeah, I mean, I can make a serious variable and then I can just switch it around and see what happens.
Like, you see how it works with the collision boxes and whatnot, where it gives you the option between all the different layers. You can do that yourself, but I don't remember the variable to use in that.
Yeah, I'm just using int now anyway, so... I'm not going to make it that fancy. That's over. Rainbow in the dark. There you go, layer collision 0. It says no hit now though. It did say hit before. Oh yeah, okay, so yeah, so the tank is... Oh yeah, it is off by 1. It is +1. So, as you said... No, it isn't. No hit. Hit tank. No hit. Hit tank. Oh! I see what's the thing is. I see. I see why it's not working.
Okay.
It's a bit mask. I was going to say like just defining the int as it's layer 16 and defining it as 16. That's like you can only define one layer, kind of defeating the purpose of a bit mask then, because you're not using a bit mask, you're using literally defining which layer you want through an int. No, it's a bit mask.
I see.
So
and that is why you should use a layer input.
Well, yeah, sure, it's probably not a smart idea to.
Playing with.
I mean, yeah, I mean, sure, you probably don't want to hard code the value, I guess. But
I certainly wouldn't.
Okay, but how would say I don't want to hard code the value. How would I? How do we like best do that then? Like
there is a variable called layer mask.
Yeah, but like where would we store this kind of information?
You just make the variable in the...
Yeah, but then it's hard-coded. It's likely not as hard-coded, but it's still kind of hard-coded.
I mean, it is, yes, but at some point it does need to be verified, like set.
Yeah, but you can make it
in the editor stage. Then
I mean, you could make it less hard-coded by like having like a global variable across the whole game. But sure, I can create it here.
If you make a serialized layer mask variable, it lets the implementer decide whatever bullshit they want.
I don't even know what the default value is for a layer mask anyway.
That's kind of the beauty of it in being serialized, because the editor...
Yeah, but okay, I guess I don't define any value on it then. No, it still gives me an error.
You need to actually give it a name.
Oh, yeah, true. That's why it gives me an error. Well, structure collision. Following the...
Mata, give me a name.
Collider. I call it... No, it's... Structure layer, let's call it that. Okay. And then I insert it here. Boop. So if I go back here...
does explain some things, yeah.
Yeah, so it's not off by 1, it's a bit mask. Because I was tested like 0, it doesn't collide with anything. 1, now it collides with the vehicle, which is supposed to be the first bit, because it's at the default. And then I switch to 2, no, it doesn't collide with anything. 3, oh, it collides with the vehicle again. Weird. Wait a minute. 3 stands for the 2 first bits, so that is the first and second layer.
Ah, it works like that.
Yeah, that's what a bit mask is. 4, 1, 0, 0 only collides with the third layer. So bit masks are useful, because you can, with a 32-bit variable, store 32 different values with a single variable. So, you know, instead of having 32 bools.
Yes. Yes, yes.
But if the programming is smart, if you create a 32 entry, an array of 32 bools, that is just a 32-bit mask. 32-bit mask. But I'm not sure if the compiler is that smart though. And depending, if I understood correctly, a bool is a very wasteful int because you have this restriction of a bool which you might need, but if I understand it correctly, at least on some hardware, they only work in like 32 or 6. They don't allow, like even 64-bit hardware would only allow 32 and 64-bit variables. So if you have a bool, that's a 32-bit variable with 31 unused bits.
I want to believe that's not the case, but that does sound something like that would be the case.
But that's what I've heard applies to some hardware's architectures thingy, but I can't say it's like with definitely that is the case.
Me neither. But that does sound like something that would be a thing, because, well, people are people,
Yeah.
I guess.
Structure layer. It's a check thing. So I can enable default structures. Oh, there we go.
Yeah, it is neat.
Yeah, because it's a bit mask. What is the actual value? Because if it's layer 16, that means that if I go to programming and I go to bit 16, oh, it's off by 1, so I go to bit. Oh no, it's 16 because it starts with bit 0 is the first one.
That should also not be off at all.
What?
That should not be off at all. And I imagine the off being thing might not have been a thing for ages. It might just be the bit thing. And
don't know what off is. What you're talking about?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Well,
I imagine. You put in the structures and it should work like that.
Yes, like the nothing is a quick select to deselect everything. Nothing is not a valid bit. Everything here are different bits except nothing, which is not a bit. Do you follow? Or did you get lost? Why didn't you post a hole?
I now wonder if nothing is just the null then.
No, it will be 0. Not bit
But-
index 0, but everything 0. And everything is a quick select for all bits are as set 1.
Okay.
So like, so everything and everything are not bits themselves, but they've set all bits to 0 and 1 respectively. But every other option is an individual bit. There we go. The actual value for if you only want layer 16, that is 65,536. Assuming index 0 for the first bit. So anyway, with this set properly now, it should work. This was interesting. I'm learning stuff.
I am learning stuff too.
And now we can use layers properly.
Well, I mean,
Yay!
this way I have been able to use them even though I have not understood them.
Okay, I mean, yeah, if you did the layer selector thing, so yeah. Then you have, yeah, it does hit the building now. So with this in mind, because now it can only collide with things that are set to be structures. So what I need to do is check. Can I check? So
Yes, I
there's-
could actually... I mean, raycast also work.
well, let's change this to collider's length. No, that's not what I wanted. Length, right? So I just check is colliders more than 0, as it is a collider with at least one thing, because that's all that matters. Then it's a collision. So yeah, now it's at 0, and now it says 1. And if I do copy this building, yeah, it's a whole unit wide. If I run into both of them at the same time, it should say 2, but that doesn't matter, because as long as it's more than 0. 1, 2. So yeah, it's working as intended. Good.
Neat.
So all we do now is, instead of checking, so if collider's length is larger than 0, actually just if collider's length.
Because it reads 0 as...
False and everything
False,
above 0 is true, yes. But maybe we write, wait, didn't it allow me to type values? No, it did. But I can still write more than 0 just for the sake of easier to read.
I wonder if it lets you convert it into a Boolean.
I mean, that's kind of what it does. As far as my education, at least in my course of learning, well, it was C++, but still, it does.
C++ and C# are a bit different in this, for what I understand.
But it seemed to work. Okay. Boom.
Yeah.
Yay.
I sort of meant
got
that
stuck.
if you just have the collider.length, because it did give you some error if you did just that. But I'm wondering if you...
We got stuck here now. Maybe we got glued to the building.
Hello, Betty. Thanks for the lurks.
Okay, I
Have a
mean,
good Saturday.
I can try it. I'll just give some kind of error. Cannot implicitly convert into bool. Okay, so you can't do that. Okay, so I guess it's a C++ thing then.
You could try to put
Bool in front of it.
yeah, the boolean, and that needs to be in the normal brackets. Yes, that's the word. And then it might work, or it might complain that there is
Yeah, it
not
still doesn't
way
want to do
convert.
it.
Okay, fair enough.
I mean, you
But
can
yeah,
you can convert an int to a bool. You used to it is larger than 0.
I guess
Yeah.
C# just doesn't
You
have
do
converter for
bool
it.
variable name is equal to all this. That's how we convert it into a bool. And you can even choose your breaking point. Maybe you want one to be considered false and 2 considered true, and you start with more than 1. Or if you want to more or equals to 2. Yeah. Beautiful. Anyway, this works, but the problem is when I run into the building, it actually gets stuck, so that's a problem.
Yeah.
Because it's supposed
Needs to limit certain directional acceleration, but not the other one.
VD. You read that one. Jaded. Hello, Jaded. Look, I'm building a game with Jannertto. So I guess it's just
Gasp.
Gasp.
Gasp, I'm also here.
I didn't get a note from Twitch. No, Jannertto, why? What did I do? Why have I done this time?
It's called content.
It's called being cute. No, it's...
I mean, I suppose.
Yeah.
Being the bonbon type of cute.
But fun for 17%. You know, building weapons live. No, you got an eggplant. You like eggplants? Damn, opposite of peach. Oh yeah, but Jaded loves it just as much. No, I didn't say building weapons. I said building a game.
I mean, weapons game, is there such a big difference?
Yes.
Yes, there is. Other is a power multiplier and other one is art. There is indeed a big difference.
So I guess when it does this, it actually doesn't move out of the thing, which I find interesting. I guess that's floating point error. But anyway, so my smart solution didn't actually work 100%.
I mean, that's how it be.
So I guess it just have to be moved slightly out of the object then. So if it collides with an object, it could just ever so slightly move away from the object. So we can do this. No, wait, it doesn't actually. Okay, let's, out of curiosity, multiply this value with a factor. Wait, wait. Oh, I can't. No, apparently I can because I. How can it apply a multiply with it to the time fixed delta time then? Oh, because it's a float. No, that shouldn't matter. Oh no, it does matter. Me being wrong. Me being silly.
You being lovely.
You think so?
I'm
Jaded
pretty
is...
sure I wouldn't be here.
Wait,
if I
Jaded,
didn't
what's
think
with the
so.
face? Why are you upset? And then you're nodding. What did I say to upset you?
It's a sus face.
It's the sussy face because I said that Jaded likes butts. Likes it all the same. Yeah, like, do you agree or not? Hey, I can get upset and agree. But I don't see why you would get upset. If I say like, Jaded is gay, you should be like, yeah.
I feel like they feel being called out or something.
I would never call you out, I will only call you in.
Oh my.
Gay? Well, I guess you're more like pansexual, Jaded. But you know, it's fun to say gay. Coach is gay, let's go. Jaded is gay, let's go. Pun is gay, let's go. Oh yeah, I call myself gay all the time. Yeah, exactly. Quotes. Okay, Kush is gay, let's go. That was fun. We played the Akinator.
Did it find Kochi?
Yes. The question we were going through the questions, and then the question all of a sudden he asked, "Is your character gay?" Maybe. And Coach is like, yeah, let's go with gay then. You insist. Okay, I will output the number of collisions happening at the moment. But Jannertto is right, it does feel a bit like I'm being called out. Wow, you're weird. I'm going to call you out now for being so weird.
I feel like this is one of those times where the pot calls the kettle black, or however that goes.
Oh, okay, I did run into it. Managed to unrun into it. So I guess it's I just have to kind of shuffle it backwards tiny bit after it collides.
Now Jaded is screaming.
Jaded always screams. Oh no, I'm calling out Jaded even more now. This is the calling out Jaded stream. Jaded is just too out-callable.
Need to know that for each works also as it should in two-dimensional arrays.
I got half of that.
For each goes through all the things in an array and then does something for each of them that you define in the loop.
I'm not sure what you're talking about. I understood that, but not how it would be applicable.
Not in your problem, in mine.
Yeah, I was... Since I'm not looking at what you're doing, I got very confused.
Yes, yes. Well, welcome to my life. I'm making the save thing,
Yes.
so it's very convenient when I can just for each
Yes.
all the tiles on the map in two-dimensional array, and it just works.
Yeah, that is very convenient. Okay, I will try the thing I did plan on originally. Also, it's this singer again, Remian. Who apparently does not have a gun. No, I don't have a gun. Trust me. Yeah, there we go. There's the thing.
Come as you are. Okay.
Shut up, Rosie, Nirvana. Yeah.
Since I would need to start considering how our save system is gonna work for the thingies. And apparently there's a porridge that has just magically appeared. I'm gonna go get that, and then I'm just gonna maybe work on the UI for the saving system.
Jannertto is very Finnish. Porridge has arrived.
Antaa.
Yes, sounds Finnish.
In my fancy Swedish accent.
That was a bunch of words I didn't understand again. I'm sorry. At least I'm honest and not pretending I understand.
Fair enough. I just got reminded that apparently my Swedish was very posh and whatnot.
Oh, who did say that?
You.
Oh,
Or
wow.
fancy or whatever.
Yes, it's very author-like.
I see.
Fancy Finnish accented Swedish.
Mm-hmm.
Now you have to speak some Swedish for me so I can hear it.
I don't know if it's a self-defense mechanism, but my mind just yeeted all the Swedish knowledge out of itself.
Oh no! Oh no! All the Swedish knowledge. But you're supposed to do this to impress on me, like to attract a Swedish mate. Go see. Okay, I'm thinking that what if we take points towards the object that it's colliding with. Oh yeah, there we go. That's the Sunstroke project. I mean, to be fair, when I was confused with Sunset Strippers first. Did you say strippers? Yeah, well, how about a sunstroke?
What about strippers?
What about stroking the sun?
I feel like that's some very hot action, stroking the sun.
Yeah. Jannertto comes back with the porridge and like, I heard strippers and I had to come back immediately.
Apparently, porridge had not yet materialized.
Did
Out of
someone
nowhere.
say that it had materialized and asked you to come? And then you come
That
and
was
then...
that was sort of the impression I got, but apparently there was miscommunication.
Okay,
So.
because that's otherwise a classic one that said like, it's done, you can come and get it, and then you come, it's like, no, it's not done yet. Welcome, but why did you say it was done then?
Yeah. That has happened a couple times.
Yeah, a classic one.
It's like, lunch is ready. I come, there's no lunch. Well, the lunch is nearly ready, so. I was expecting you to come later. Okay.
Well, okay, and then I'll leave then.
Yeah.
I come back later. Oh, Gortemu. Because the thing is also like, oh, but you don't come like immediately. It takes you a while. So okay, but if you do expect that and assume that's and base it on that, and I will have to come later after you ask, then just because that is the expectation put forward.
Why can't they just add the simple portion of info that the lunch will be ready soon?
In like 5.
Yeah.
I tried to come up with something funny there. In 6 minutes and 12 seconds. Yeah. Anyway,
It's not 420 joke.
is there a way to calculate? Okay, so when a collision happens, it just intersects with the thing.
Yes.
So I was thinking that it just basically has to push out of the object until it's no longer colliding. So
You do know the two colliders doing the colliding, so yeah, that should be rather simple in certain terms.
yeah,
but
so the idea I have is that if you take the center point of both, calculate the angle. Yes, that's a function for that, but I don't know what the function is. You asked too late, Vivian. No, too
now
late.
there's porridge. So if you... What's the word? If you retract the position of one from the position of another, you get the vector between them.
Yeah, it was something like that. Okay.
And then you can check what the direction is.
Which one do I have to have as the first one?
It depends on what you do with it after, because
That
the
is
other
true.
one is just gonna give the opposite vector.
Yeah,
So-
that's okay, I guess I'll just try one. If it doesn't work, I'll just do the inverse. Alright, I need to save this in something. So vector 3, I assume.
They do be vector freeze.
But okay, so that's, I guess the angle is the vector angle, I guess. More descriptive.
I will now go get the porridge.
Okay. But I do have to ignore the Y of this one. Do. Should it be like normalize or something like that? That which ensures that the length of it is 1. But let's, for the sake of argument, just test this. But this code would have to repeat until it's outside the thing, but this is just for test. Just for a test. Pop. It disappeared. So let's say minus then. Let's see if this works. Oop. Yeah, it works. It's just getting pushed back way too far. But it works. Now we just need to normalize it, and then no. Why? Unity normalize vector3. Oh, it's a vector3 function. Vector3 normalize. And it should push it back to the lights or inconsistent. Jade is 100% cute today. You are safe from punishment for now, fun. Well, for a moment. For like 10 minutes. Don't happen again and again and again. Stop laughing at me. Hello, Tukibox. Are you still having a lot of people in your place? You know, because it is the whole Easter thing. Boop, boop, boop. So it just needs to push back much less. Bunnies, JD says hello as well back. A banana, daily potassium intake. How many bananas do you shove in your mouth? Boop, 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 boop. Boop, 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 boop. Ah. Okay, this is of course a problem because it does shift to this side. But of course, it just needs to be very, very, very tiny. So if any sideways shifting is gonna be so minuscule that you wouldn't even notice it.
I have returned without the porridge.
Still?
Nah, that's just pulling your leg.
Oh, you would like to pull my legs.
Oh my.
Now it works properly.
Nice.
It's kind of cool how it actually works. So cool to be able to do that.
Good job, Bon.
Anyway. So it shouldn't be I'm severely lacking my daily potassium intake. Oh, probably me too. Oh no, it doesn't work anymore. Is this too small? No. No, it can't be. It stopped working. Should probably have a max iteration.
You fix a bug, you create 3 more.
Well, here's the sleep shop's answer. Well, here's the sleep shop's answer.
Deep silence.
Yeah, I'm reading stuff.
Fair enough. What you reading about?
Good practices for doing a loop.
I see.
Watching a little tank drive around, yeah. The little tank. The cranky tank, no.
I see.
Yeah, I could have written the code better. I made a mistake.
Dun, dun, dun.
Mistakes were made. Oh,
Well, that will be happening. That do be a thing that will happen.
what did it do this again?
was just gonna say that you can select multiple game objects.
Yeah. I realized that I should just do that. Just singing some. Not get stuck in an infinite loop. Frankie Tank. Yeah. The tank collided and didn't want to uncollide. Oh no, it doesn't collide. Oh, because I created scene. I had set this to the correct. Oh, I don't have the layers anymore. What is this?
You didn't overwrite that. Huh.
I could select all of them at the same time. Whatever. Whatever.
You could also overwrite the prefab. Yes.
Oh yeah, that's true. I should set that to that anyway, so. There. No, it should work.
I wonder if the tank now has the mask. Ah, yeah. You were already seeing if that was the issue.
Bonk, bonk, bonk. Yeah, it does collide with them. It's pretty cool.
It do be.
It is moving very, very slowly. Not sure why it's got stuck in a loop last time.
Was it only that the collider length larger than 10?
No, it's iteration. It only moves it out of the object 10 times at most.
Yeah, but was it before that? Was it the collider dot length is larger than 10, or did you larger than 0?
Yeah, I did not have
something
an
else?
I did not have an iteration limit.
Mm-hmm. Doesn't it now run that while loop 10 times?
Oh,
every
and
time there's
no.
more than one.
No, it said it must be at least one and not more than 10 times. So currently it does not run it a single time because there's nothing to collide with.
Yeah, but if it does collide it with something,
Yeah, it's... Yeah,
Does
no,
it-
it checks again.
no, but like, does it run it 10 times every time it collides?
It runs up to 10 times. It runs until it no longer collides.
Mm?
Or up to 10 times. It does shift it slightly out from the object 10 times. Up to 10 times. Can debug out the number and see how many iterations it actually did every time that does the collision. It'll be interesting to see.
I just personally don't see where it breaks from the looping, but
It does, because the iteration will eventually reach 10, and that's when it breaks out.
yeah, but at that point it has run it 10 times.
Yeah. Yes, that's the break point.
Yeah, but then it will run it 10 times.
Not every
Regardless
time.
of-
It only runs it 10 times as long as there's at least one object it collides with.
Well,
Both must be true.
yes, but it could run it once if there's
Yeah,
one.
and it only
collider
needs
box.
if it collides and it gets shifted out in only one attempt, then it's done. That's the intention. It should only run it as enough times it only needs, but it does not allow to run it more than 10 times because then it
Yeah, I just don't see where it escapes it.
escapes it when it has either no more colliders or it has run it 10 times. It's the escape. I'm confused.
I don't see where it removes colliders.
Here, because it updates colliders. It checks if it's still colliding with the thing.
Okay.
Yeah. Do. Also, the debug thing, it should have done that if it's larger than 0, otherwise it keeps spamming 0 forever. And that made it annoying to see. Now, every time it collides, which will increase the iteration by 1 every time, at least 1. So if I do bonk, it gets it. It does 10 every time apparently. I guess the shifting is too small, but I kind of want small shift. Okay, if I increase it to 1,000. Quote, I was gonna say that I got it right, but I said that wrong. How funny to say that of all things wrong. Okay. Oh, it still runs it the maximum number of time. I don't know. Shouldn't be doing that. Because it's overrides it, gets a new position from it, and applies the position difference from this one. So I don't see why it would, and then it updates the colliders. So I'm not really sure why it does run the full every single time. That's a bug, because I do notice that it's shifting much more now, because it shifts 1,000 times slightly. But why does it? That doesn't make sense. This is weird. As always. And I started on the Jannertto site.
Indeed.
This is weird. I don't see why it's doing that. Do you know why it's doing that?
I'm guessing you don't move the vehicle far enough.
No, it definitely does. Because when I run it 10 times, it's shifted very, very little. But now when I run 1,000 times, it shifts a significant amount. It's still like...
Second guess I have is that for some reason the where it checks the collision location doesn't...
Yeah, it must not update that for some weird reason. It could be that
collision
it doesn't update its collision, but no, that doesn't make any sense because this other stuff seems to work. Maybe that's the issue. The vehicle collider bounce might not move within a vehicle update or no fixed update. Vehicle collider, so the colliding box.
Or does the collider move before it and then?
Well, yeah, it moves. It applies the transform position and then it updates the colliders. But yeah, it's the only thing I can't think of is that the collider
Doesn't move it to transform.
It doesn't update its position during a fixed update.
Or during when this specific piece of script is being run. Because I imagine it is during fixed update or essentially during the same.
Box collider.bounce never seem to update. But I saw the problem. My embarrassment with the wide physics handler was set to none.
Maybe it would be better than to use the vehicle's location with some offset. Because the transform is definitely being changed by you.
Yeah, the transform is being changed. That's definitely happening.
Yeah.
Well, so it seems to be working. It's just some weird reason it runs every 1,000 times.
As many times as it's allowed to.
Yeah, maximum. And why I noticed that this is incorrect is because sure, there is a possibility that I thought first that the amount of movement it does is so small that it doesn't move out of the object within just 10 steps. So it moves another, for the next frame or update, it moves another 10 steps. So when I put it at 1,000, it would therefore be possible for it to move out of the object. But still not 1,000 steps, not still enough. But then there should be an occasional not 1,000 in there. Plus, when I set it to 1,000, the vehicle moves backwards much more than it does when it's set to 10. So it's some kind of something that doesn't update correctly. So I'm going to search for that. Let's see here. I'm trying to come up with things to search for. I did search for like something about overlap books.
Do you? Okay, that is. So it's colliders equals physics dot overlap box, right?
Yeah, that's the only colliders it finds.
Yeah.
Which
For me,
is
it's kind of a. It somewhat looks. For me, it's difficult to read. It's too low quality, I guess. I don't know. Yeah.
I mean, I could send it to you otherwise.
I'm mostly just thinking that. Could it be that there's
That's
some
much easier to
colliders
read.
that for some reason stay in the colliders array, but if you're just saying that this is this, then that shouldn't be the case.
I mean, I'm overriding it, so I'm not sure why some entries should stay.
Yeah, indeed. It shouldn't.
It's very hard to find anything about this because I don't know what to even search for.
So what you're essentially doing is that you're making a directional vector that you're then minusing from the location, and the vector is so small that it doesn't seem like it's jumping a lot.
No, but I mean, again, if I change it between 10 and 1000, there is a significant difference in length of jump. I can just make it not as small, but I still think it's going to do the full 1000.
I sort of have a weird feeling of that too, but
the only thing I can think of is just it doesn't update. Yeah, now it moves much further. It still runs the full 1000, so it just is something. It just doesn't update the collision checking for some reason. There is there is physics sync transforms. Let's try to apply that as a function. Imagine if this works now. Oh, look at that. It only runs 13 times and I run 1 time. It's almost like that was the issue all this whole time. Boom, I fixed it. You just have to update it.
fair enough.
So I need to, after updating position, I need to sync the transforms. After doing the rotation, I need to sync it. So basically, do the syncing before you check the colliders. we go. That's it. That's that. But this funnel will be filled with bullet holes. Oh no. That's not what we want. Wait, it's working now.
Nice.
Now we're knowledge rich here.
I mean, I have learned a lot about your weird project.
Thank you.
Weird in the sense that it doesn't just use the given collider system.
Huh.
Not necessarily a bad idea in on itself, but not something I would start doing.
This actually is doing what I wanted to do from the very start. The whole issue from why it got stuck in the first place was because it didn't update the collisions and stuff. Because now it doesn't show. Now it doesn't even do the while loop at all.
Interesting.
Because it after it cancels this movement and rotation, it just
I mean, it will only do the while loop if it somehow hits two colliders at the same time.
Well, no, but if I guess no, like if it doesn't move out of the thing, it has it as a backup.
Mm-hmm.
Just in case. In that case, I don't need it to iterate like 10 times, 100 times. No, then I don't need it to iterate like 1,000 times. It's not like 10 in such a rare situation. But good, it is working.
Now I'm wondering if that could be used in some sort of ballistics, like projectile system. Instead of increasing the fixed update, you could run it so that it sort of scans multiple positions for the projectile, an arc or something, but I don't know if that's just kind of stupid way of approaching it.
Well, it depends on how fast the projectile will fly. So I mean, if it doesn't fly fast enough.
Of course, if it just moving in the fixed update is good enough, then there's no reason to consider something like this.
Yeah, I don't think it will move that fast.
Not in this game,
no.
But in something of my own.
Yeah, in your own, yeah, that's
much higher.
That would be different, yeah.
Something along the lines of 1,000 meters per second or something is something that goes a bit beyond the simple collider system. And now I'm wondering how much is that at the default fixed update? Sleep threshold.
Sleep threshold?
Threshold.
Threshold. Okay, that makes more sense.
The mass normalized kinetic energy threshold below which a non-kinematic rigid body may go to sleep. Rigid body is whose kinetic energy divided by their mass is below this threshold will be candidates for sleeping.
Ponpon can be a candidate if you think Ponpon is really sweet and you want to date her.
But you could have taken.
Did you like that terrible attempt at a joke?
I did enjoy it, I suppose.
Well, it's something.
Yeah, they can't all be winners. I am sort of gonna. I do sort of have a habit of making terrible jokes instead of quality jokes, and then just hoping they land.
That sounds about right. That's what we do.
Yeah. Okay.
Also, yes, you got all the fruits there. It was the last one. Let's go. Bunny suit, nice choice. I still haven't gotten one. Burger. Wait, what is your collection, Jaded? You go to every fruit? What are you talking about? I mean, a bunny suit. Oh, when will you get one? That is not a will you get one, that is when will you get one. Ta-ta. And I hope you send those photos pronto.
Yeah, the projectile moving 8 meters within a fixed update might be a bit too much for the
8 meters, 60 updates a second. Have you set your project to be 60 updates a second?
Well, I was using the 0.083 we have.
No. You can make it exactly. I don't know why they don't allow you to set it in the editor, but you can make it exactly 60.
I don't know. It also seems that for some reason some screens aren't exactly 60. It's like 59 something something.
Well, that's whatever you think.
I don't know if it's a hardware thing or if it's a software thing that has become a hardware thing or something else.
Well,
but there's kind of the backside of having the fixed update happen often, especially if you're gonna increase how many times it happens only for the projectiles. Everything
that
else
is
is also gonna do it, and then it's gonna clock the system for no real benefit.
the benefit of having a high fixed update is accuracy, but with the drawback of higher performance requirements.
Yeah, but if you can kind of have both by having the projectiles have their own sort of weird system that emulates having more fixed updates.
Well, yeah.
Then you sort of get the best of both worlds.
Jannertto, you wanna give me your fruits?
What about my fruits?
You got a bunch of fruits I want. And for some reason you have a lot of bananas, I don't know why.
It's actually all just one banana.
It's one banana with 22 ends.
Nah, it just they decided to skip the how many and just go with average weight. How many bananas worth of banana is in that banana?
Oh yeah, it's a giant banana. It just equals to 22 normal bananas.
Yes.
I see. You have a giant banana.
Yes.
Yeah. What is your favorite fruit?
Mine? I guess I will need to be sort of classic and go with blueberries. It's a classic Finnish thing, I suppose.
Oh yeah, that sounds very Finnish with... yeah.
I guess I am sort of automatically against strawberries, since I am allergic to them.
Well, yeah,
One way or another.
that makes
And then-
sense.
What is it? Strawberries just don't have that nice, rich flavor of blueberries.
There we go. How about that? Yeah. You get a nice big collection of them.
You have more blueberries than that.
I know, but that is the same value. I mean,
Value for whom?
for you. I mean, I'm providing you 40 fruits and you get 40 fruits from me, you know. Well, we trade 40 fruits back and forth.
You're the one requesting, and this means that you want the fruits, which I don't necessarily want.
Okay, well, you don't need to deal to dealing that.
Also, I don't even remember how your system works.
You do exclamation point trade followed by the username of the one you want to trade with, and then type the word accept. That goes for you too, Jaded. If you want a hamburger and a pizza.
My short-term memory doesn't even remember what you said about.
Okay.
Da-da-da-da-da-da. In from the one ear, out of the other.
Yeah, that's how you... I'm not giving you my banana for free anymore. I mean, I'm taking additional fruits too. No, I think you should be paid for your banana. I mean, you have provided me your bananas for free, but I want to pay for these bananas. Yeah, I wrote it there. Trade that username. There we go. Thank you, Jannertto. Very generous. I mean, we technically traded equal, so...
I'm also gonna take
No,
the rest.
no. But all my bananas. No, you get to keep one. I'm not that greedy, so I take every single one you got. And just...
Yes, says she who has most of her chat's bananas.
Yes, what's that the problem?
Not greedy at all. Yes,
No,
yes.
no, I'm not greedy. One fun, I need to
Very
always have
believable
one for
story.
coach. Yeah, exactly. You get to keep one that is always ready for our coaching. Oh, yeah, that's about it. The dress too. Yeah, the dress was not part of the deal. Yeah, you have to include the username. Otherwise, it doesn't know who you want to accept the trade from. Good bunny morning, Pon. I do have a bunny morning. Well, I had a bunny morning this afternoon. It's almost basically evening now. Thank you.
I'm sort of wondering, when do we want to start stopping for the day?
Start to stop.
Yes.
Look, I got 218 bananas now. Now I just need to get in contact with... Thank you for following Linear Search. That's a very interesting username. Todd. Look, Todd, I got more fruits for you. I got 9 oranges and 10 lemons. It's not a lot, but I got more. Do your best today, Pon. You can do the thing today. What is the thing I do today? I mean, I did this. You can drive the tank and then you can... That's the sound it makes. I would like the camera to follow the tank, but it shouldn't be like glued to the tank. It should like... It's probably more like the vehicle should say like, I want the camera in this position, and then the camera should be, okay, given the current situation, I should focus on that one.
I mean, we probably want to start it by being a child of the tank.
Nah.
And then add some sort of script that plays with the offset.
No, because I want the camera to be completely independent of the vehicle, I feel like. To be fair, I don't think there's any situation that where the camera wouldn't.
I mean, actually, Pon, there is a feature, a relatively nice feature that I don't yet know how to do. But you need to use this thing called Cinemachine.
What?
Cinemachine. It's a name. Don't question it.
I would question it because I don't know what you said. Cinemachine?
I'm gonna explain it. Well, I'm gonna explain the part I know and understand.
Okay.
So, there is a brain that controls the camera stuff. There's the actual camera, and then there are virtual cameras. With the brain, you can tell the camera that, hey, you're supposed to now be here, acting as this virtual camera acts. And that virtual camera could be enslaved to the vehicle in the weird way we want. And then we can have a second virtual camera that can have, I don't know, show an objective or just free roam or... Yeah,
because in the original game, when a vehicle gets destroyed, the camera pans back to the start, but it starts panning back to the start. You don't see the whole pan, but not that the game needs to do that, but and also when you find
simple to do.
Well, yeah, I guess. And then because the other is when you do find the flag, it's focused on the flag, but to be fair, that's kind of, maybe it doesn't need to do that fully either.
So, by default, when you switch between cameras, it pans from one, well, flies from one to the other.
Yeah, that was the thing. Okay, so there's...
But you can edit how it does it.
Well, yeah, I would hopefully, yeah. What would we wait otherwise? But yes. Got the grapes. But yeah, okay, but fair enough.
But I don't know how it works.
Yeah, it was not too far from basically what I described anyway, but yeah.
Well, yes. Which is nice. We already have kind of the tool that by default almost does what we want.
But I assume the built-in tool is handling it better. Okay then.
As for
machine, yeah.
If you go to the game objects, there should be beneath volume and above camera. Also, hi Todd. Yes, I am weird. Welcome in.
Machine. As in cinematic machine.
That might be the case.
You were kinda cinemachine.
machine.
Cinema machine. It's kind of like cinema and machine put together, so it's cinemachine or cinemachine.
I'm reading it like a name.
Cinemachine, either way.
Yeah, that's the thing. Nonetheless.
Cinematic, cinematography. Oh well then. Okay then.
You can also make cutscenes with that thing and whatnot, but not
And you
really
can
what we
make-
need it for.
Like cat scenes. Anyway. Koji can make do with my... Yeah. Fine. You still have a banana, you know that, Jaden. I cannot want to kill that thing and you're going to die. Oh my. You're weird. Says Todd.
Yeah.
Jannertto, did you know you're weird?
I already answered this query by yes I am. Welcome in.
Okay, I see.
Or something along those lines.
Make sign quote into Tuki box quote. What?
I do know. Wonder who made that.
Well, it was 3 months or so ago. 2.5 months ago.
Was that back when we were still doing the
D. Don't have the game listed, so we wanna have that a secret, I see.
Well, it is listed still there. I just
Well, yeah, it's in the code
Play
list.
it.
It's not printing it out, so you can if you feel
Yes,
like
I could
adding it
print
at
it
some
out.
point.
I guess I can.
Swedish
Yeah, the
zombie.
Swedish zombie. Yes, that one.
Make sign quote into Tuki box quote. I still don't care what it says, but okay.
Isn't that kind of the point of quotes?
No.
Well,
The point I thought the point of quotes was that you understand what they say, but not the context of why they were said. Or you might misunderstand what they say, but I don't even know what that's trying to say.
it is.
But I guess I guess
making-
you could say that that's kind of a funny part of quotes too. Shadow.
There's a cat hitting at things.
Is Poke Shadow, are you a cat? What? Okay, look at this code is better. Here was the bird we stole that took us to the village of mushroom people that are actually mice.
That is certainly a quote.
Oh look, it says Tom on that one. So I guess the previous one just didn't have the game stored. It's just blank.
I guess.
Maybe you didn't have a category set at the time.
I don't think that's ever the case.
No, I would assume not, but weird. Weird.
At least not by my hand.
Weird. I am a damn wolf. Oh, yeah, see? I had a feeling that Poke Shadow was not a cat, but is actually a damn wolf. Not just any wolf. So, Jannertto, you're saying that you're tired and hungry and wants to eat, even though you just ate porridge?
Not necessarily.
No, not necessarily. But I'm happy that I actually got this stuff to work. I'm happy and glad.
Nice indeed.
But it is a lot.
You've
But
done good work.
I could still see that. Yeah, this is a lot of brain power requiring. So I can definitely see how I'm getting tired. At
I
least
am sort of also having the slight issue of not wanting to go to see what I did to
huh?
make the save system and then planning on how to implement it here. I guess.
Well,
You have done an excellent job today.
thank you. I don't know what you've done today, so that's probably good anyway. Well, I did work on the thingy.
I've helped you, and I did do the
Oh yeah, you do have helped me,
missile
yes.
system.
And that I do appreciate.
Thank you.
Yeah, the whole virtual camera thing seems like a reasonable thing. Can I add... I'm going to peek about... There's... Oh yeah, Cine Machine, 2D camera, blendless camera, clear shot camera, dolly camera with track, dolly track with cart, preload camera, mixing camera, virtual camera, there you go. Where's the real camera? Main camera. Okay, they have the same position and everything. Oh, information. Transpose requires a follow target. Change body to do not do nothing if you don't want to follow target. Oh, so you don't have to make it a child of it. You just make it a follow object.
Yes. So doesn't change it awfully much, but yeah. I guess,
Look.
yeah, it's probably there are settings that can change it.
Okay, I need to... now let's see what the different mode thingies are. We got Unity, finding a mode. Let's see what it says about these things. Makes the virtual camera use the local frame of the follow target. When the target rotates, the camera rotates with it to mean the offset. Okay, I don't want it to rotate.
So Bonbon think it's fun to make fun of bottoms, I see.
Wait, why? I don't. I love bottoms.
It's
That's what-
just very fun to make fun of. It's
That's-
almost like you're a bottom.
That's why I love Kochi, because he's a bottom. Okay, what did it say? I did read a comic, one of those silly, naughty comics. I still sadly don't remember which comic I was referring to. That was over a year ago. It could possibly be that Umbreon Sylveon comic that I was referring to, but it could also be a different one. I don't feel like the Umbreon Sylveon comic is that naughty. I mean, one page. I mean, I mean the Umbreon got naked in one page, but
yeah, that is kind of tame.
and was wearing panties in another panel with some panty shots. But yeah, and also there is in another page there's another character getting naked. Unfortunately, stuff is off screen. Darn it. Let's see, quote, "You're just very fun to make fun of. It's almost like you're a bottom. Isn't that what cheerleading is for? To see their panties?" Bratty, why have no one ever saved a quote when I've called Coachy a bratty bottom? I've said it so many times.
Nobody cares.
Yeah, it makes me sad. Okay, how do I set a target? Because it says that it doesn't have like a target or anything.
It's the follow and look at transforms, I believe.
On camera line. Runtime.
In the virtual camera.
Yes, virtual
There
camera.
are follow and look at game object transform positions above.
Okay, so only cinematic. Oh, follow, there it is.
Apparently there's one in the suggestion box. About the Bratty bottom, I guess.
This one is... Oh, is there?
So Armenian says.
Oh, is there? I see. Maybe there is. Let me have a quick look then. Bratty. Nope. It must be one of these more later one, which I haven't copied over yet. Because these I can't search in, which is a problem in itself. And I don't know a good way to copy over all of these. So yeah, there's a lot of codes out there. Sorry for not doing it.
I guess you have other things to do with your life.
Yes.
That do be how it is sometimes.
I do have codes like coach is short for counterintuitive, that's a good one. I just wish I could copy over all these codes in one chunk, but it's not. There's copy variable name, there's no copy content. I can't select multiple of them, just copy all of them. They're not stored in plain text either, so I can't just open a file and copy it from there. But of course I could, instead of saving them as variable, have it saved in a file. Plus I can make streambots output a file, so. Though I could just have it go through these and save them in a file as a function instead. A lot of codes to add equals a lot of codes to proofread. Well, I will not add all of them like at the same time. Okay, so it does possibly use the virtual camera right away. Well, I don't see a thing. So that's not good. Okay, I need to what's the zoom? How do I look with the camera?
You might want to just go to the scene and see where the camera has escaped to.
Can I? Okay, and FOV. Okay, the camera is just very low for some reason. Huh. Weird.
It is probably following its commands.
Yeah, okay, so I
Don't
need
understand what and where they come from.
follow offset, there we go. Now we're getting somewhere. Okay, now we can lower the FOV because... Well, if I do low FOV, they would kind of half cancel out the perspective. Partly, it's like half perspective, half of graphic, which kind of works in like a top-down game. Yeah, it works. But the problem is camera is lagging behind. Honk honk.
Gotta love the Visual Studio being in the way.
Oh, because I maximized the window. It seems like it doesn't rotate the thing properly. Even though it should have the rotation. Because I included rotation. Or does it do double rotation? And there goes my clouds. But the color is now. It shouldn't collide now. But it can go like this. Like,
Ah, there goes your clothes. I see.
yeah, but he's laughing at me. I wonder if it does double rotation. Okay, let's cancel that and try to what is it called? Vertex. No, vector 3 0. That's not allowed. No, because it wants a quaternion, which does not have a 0. How do you type this again?
My head is not giving a response.
How do you give a 0 or quaternion? And why is there no 0? Okay, let's unity quaternion 0. Quaternion no rotation. Why is it called like that? Identity?
That does not sound right.
Does allow it though. Doesn't sound right, but okay, what's a vector 0? Vector 3 0. How does that look? 1 forward, back, up. Just okay. I need to expand it. Ah. So many short answer right there. Yeah, but how? Like, how does 0 must exist somewhere else in the code? Then how does 0 result in 0? Where? How does that work? Huh, weird. Anyway, I should be able to write. Well, excuse me. So, a new.
Yeah, it needs to be new.
It needs to be new. Silly thing.
The reason the vector-free.0 doesn't need to be new is because it's a static already existing value, like
Yeah,
variable.
but it was more like, why doesn't quaternion 0 exist?
Good questions.
Good question. Huh. It can't be 0.
Apparently, just new quaternion without inputs is also 0, 0, 0. So it does then need to make the new quaternion variable for a moment to relay the info, which is kind of
No, it
weird.
cannot do that.
Huh.
Oh, is it?
internet
No, I
like
still need to do that. Okay, now it works.
Okay.
I need to still, it's kind of like split parentheses. Now it works. I should probably keep one just to see if this actually works as intended.
Yes, constructor methods do need the.
Yeah, apparently so. I'm learning. Learning. What is its default value?
Apparently 0, 0, 0,
What
0.
is the default use of new quaternion parentheses?
Actually, could I find all?
According to discussion.unity.com, it says that it should be 0, 0, 0, 0. So, and therefore, it's kind of strange that you can't just say it's. Shouldn't that also work on new vector then? Vector C?
Probably, honestly, but sort of silly thing about that is that like every time you use the new word, it creates a new variable, like instance of the variable. So
it's better
you
to
need them
use vector 3 0 because it doesn't create a variable.
Yeah, it already exists in the database. It just
Okay, which also kind of makes it silly that quaternion does not have a 0 option.
yes, in my opinion. Sort of think that it's partly because they don't really
Okay, this
want
works.
people to use the quaternion necessarily, but it kind of works under the bonnet, but that's a hunch, nothing more.
Wait, so people shouldn't use it?
I do not know.
I mean,
It might
like
just be based on the fact that I find it confusing and kind of difficult to work with.
yeah, I assume that cannot be the case because you have to insert a quaternion here.
Yeah, but they have like other methods and whatnots to get the quaternion, so usually want.
Yeah, but I need to insert a quaternion here anyway. Like I need to insert a blank one because it works now. Because the rotation of the box is already taken into consideration. So when I play a rotation, it's double rotated.
I see.
Also, when I get the vector angle thing, I need to zero out the y-axis. How do I do that the easiest way?
By creating a new vector free with 0 y and then just jamming in the x and z.
I mean, I could technically multiply it by a new vector 3101.
That is something I did consider too. I just don't know if the
It didn't allow me to open it.
Yeah, that's the problem right there.
Floats. Didn't work. Operator multiply cannot be applied to operands of type vector 3 and vector 3. What? Huh?
That do be a thing.
How? Just multiply it. So I can't just do
implement it, I suppose.
Vector. I can just do vector angle variable dot y equals 0. Is there? Okay. Vector 3 normalize, but with y 0. I don't know, maybe there is some. What if there is one like that? Wouldn't that be funny? Just curious. No, I can't find anything. Unfortunately, I can just set it to 0. I mean, plus. So I actually could just do this instead, because I probably want to normalize it after setting y to 0, in case y has a different value than 0. So that would be better this way around, I guess. So with that, this is neat. Trapdoor, which song is that? Who is that? When is that? The bird will determine which camera becomes active based on the state of other cameras and this camera. Higher number is higher priority, makes sense. We got a raid from Ali the Doge. Hello, thank you for raiding. Oh, Goat Simulator, I haven't seen that one in forever.
It's been a while since I have heard about that game.
I haven't heard the term Goat Simulator in forever. That was a long time ago. people, there was at that time, I was watching some YouTubers doing stuff, and then like some people went like insane is probably the incorrect term, but they like was worried that all games are just going to be ragdoll simulators. Well, no.
Well, that's a silly idea.
Yeah, so it's like I will always see like one game gets popular, a bunch of games copying it. That just keeps on happening. But cares of that girl was needed for me. Yeah, as long as you have fun. That is the most important.
It's kind of silly in a way, because game development will kind of automatically lag at least a couple of years behind. So if zombies become in now, then optimistically if you start to make your game into a zombie game that you have already started and produced to some degree, you're 2 years behind. At that point the zombie craze might have already changed, at which point you would need to repivot again to something else.
Yeah, that's why these games that are copying are kind of quickly thrown together and kind of low quality.
Or some multi-million companies trying to pivot too
Yeah,
aggressively.
but it keeps on happening. See, like people play one game and then all of a sudden people playing a bunch of different games that are basically the same game.
I mean, yes.
Or
At
different.
least, funnily enough, the French slop games have had weirdly much variety on the base thing.
Oh yeah, that's from the streamer
companies-
multiplayer slot games.
I don't agree with the slop term, but either way.
I mean, it's only if they are sloppily made.
Well, we can argue to ends of earth what actually slop means in this context.
Yeah,
But yeah,
of course, it's personal too.
yeah. But like Little Company started the whole thing, kinda. I presume there was
Yeah,
some
that's kind of
before
like
them.
when I got more familiar with it.
Then came that photograph game.
Yeah,
It was somewhat, yeah,
content warning.
that one. Then I think Repo was the kind of next big one. But then there are multiple smaller ones. Like
Yeah, so like I
not
wouldn't
so
call
prevalent.
those like slow games. They have kind of a very low budget. At least a Little Company look. That's a very low budget look, but it's made by like one person or something. No, how was it?
They had no idea how well it would go, so
Yeah,
kind of no good reason. Well, how to put this? Kind of the first thing you should do.
yeah.
with
As I
development
can
is
see
to-
here, there's only a single person who made Lethal Company, so it does make sense. It's delimited.
It was one person. Okay. Sort of felt like it would be more, but fair enough.
It's still well made for just one person.
Not
Wait.
gonna. Not gonna yes, it is.
But yeah, so I wouldn't call that like slow, but it's basically the game. And I do not know all the names of the games, but games that basically look the same and behave the same, but are like no quality to them.
Phasmophobia became before Lethal Company, yes.
Oh yeah,
And then there was couple copies of Phasmophobia. Well, copies. Different spins on the concept. Let's go with that.
I'm green.
Da-ba-doo, ba-di-ba-da-ba-doo.
I don't think it went like that, but okay. I guess that's the green version.
Yes, definitely.
Me thinks me did it correctly that... Oh yeah, it worked. What did you do? Oh, the green thing, yes. Yes, you did. You made me green. Yeah, you need to basically slash it. Slash it between. I wish Twitch had multiple different styles of inputs, like you can... No, my fire! No, the green! So you can have like, oh, I want color input, I want 3 separate color inputs, and you should be able to do that. 90 stream streak mod has a kidnapping Pom-Pom and Mecha saying you can't catch me. What? No, my outfit. What has this? This is not okay.
Well, at least they haven't taken your panties yet.
There's an option for that too.
There indeed is.
Don't use it though. Hydrate. Wow, houses are rocking. Why did that not match? That's the name of the song, right? Right, then it's up here. House is... No! I want to find the house is rocking, not the house is are rocking. I don't even have Stevie Ray, do I? Stevie Ray... Nope. I need to add that. Put that on the list of things to add. No, I do. House is rocking. Yeah, not is are rocking. But I guess I'll add that as an alias then. Because that's the point of the alias, to make things easier to search for. House is rocking the king version. The king version. There we go. The Johnny Bravo version, because why not? Yeah. I should add more the house is rocking from more artists. Okay, so it follows the vehicle. It shouldn't change the angle it looks at. But what I would like this thing to do is kind of like to interpret where the vehicle is going to be.
Ahead of the vehicle to a certain degree.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess the simple way of doing that would be to give the vehicle a point that is certain amount in front or behind.
Which kind of was what I was saying first.
Fair enough.
But yeah, so... Oh, here we go.
I've sort of been designing the save load system here.
Yeah.
Quietly pondering.
I could just do a quick search if there's like a ET virtual camera move ahead of object.
You have really gotten the hang of things.
Oh. Well, thank you.
Also, you have started reading stuff on stream. Which is something you specifically at some point said you would not want to do.
Well, I'm not like still a fan of doing it.
Either way. Or even more so. Nice.
Guess I just pre-covered this song. But see, in the song itself it says the one, the houses are rocking. Yeah. Yeah, the title does not match the lyrics. If there's like a lyrical line as this song is quite popular by, you can also search. Well, you can't search for it now because I actually haven't implemented it yet, but it will be created as an alias. You can search for it too. So you get to decide. So you will be able to search for Epic Sex Guy and get the desired song. It will not display why it picked that song though, so that could be kind of confusing, but if I go to Dragostea Dinte and I type the alias Numa, then you can search for that too. Should add some Judas Priest. Do I need... Now we have the same song with another artist. Judas Priest. Wait, don't have any Judas Priest at all? I do have one song. All Guns Blazing. But yeah, I should add more.
So that's where that came from.
Huh? Okay.
I have mostly listened to the Sabaton version, and from how the song was, I sort of felt like it's one of those borrowed songs or took influence from elsewhere. Doesn't really follow their usual approach to songs, I feel. Which is fine.
Wheels of fire, broken hello, you caution has incoming, hard as iron, the helium, electric eye, yesterday I feel. I mean, I can add it directly to the notes. There should be some kind of look ahead time. Is there search? Doesn't look like it. Let me search more. Maybe I find Unity virtual camera look ahead. Proceed. Oh, so sweet. Oh, this is also Judas Priest. That's after a Dreamer of Souls album. I guess I'll just add it to the notes.
Ah. So it's under the aim.
Oh,
In the
aim.
virtual camera, there's the aim.
I don't have aim because I set it to
Drop
do
menu.
nothing.
What?
I do not have aim because I set it to nothing. It says a look at targets required. What is look at? As in, what does look at do?
I imagine that's the thing the camera is looking at.
Yeah, but like,
And
does
follow
it?
is the thing it's inhabiting the movement pattern from.
Because I don't want it like change its angle or anything.
So you want it to move forward if the... Okay.
Yeah, I don't want it to change its... Well, I mean, maybe it's fine. Maybe it's fine anyway. It's all Judas Priest always has been.
I mean, I suppose one way of doing it would be to give it input to the offset of the virtual camera from the vehicle.
Input to the offset, I guess, yeah. I guess that would be possible.
Simple, one would argue, but yes.
Look ahead time. This setting starts comes. I can set it to 1. Look ahead, ignore. If checked movement along the y-axis, will ignore for look ahead call. Okay, I guess it says look ahead, ignore y. I just can't see it. Yeah, there we go. Okay, we'll increase the look ahead time by max. I wonder if I can go beyond max. Ooh, but yeah, it tilts the camera. It doesn't shift its ahead of time.
Does not let to put a larger number than 1, it seems.
How dare it? Limitations in my game engine, even though there's no points of it having this limitation. It's stupid. Because if I want to add a 2, which is just whatever it calculates as 1, it should just double everything. Oh. But yeah, it's I don't want the aim thing. A clear value.
I see.
Oh, I have to do that. Yeah, I guess what you said that the offsets will have to change. So this would be the vehicles. Okay, what happens if I put it as a child of the vehicle? Does it still do the thing, or is it going to act weird because it's stuck on a vehicle? No, it still does. It just ignores being part of the vehicle. Except the rotation. Okay, it can't be a child of the vehicle, that breaks it.
Luckily it doesn't need to. Yeah, so you could give the vehicle controller the virtual camera as a serialized variable.
Well,
then
how will that
select-
work in other? Wouldn't it almost be better if the vehicle creates its own virtual camera? Instead of having one.
I mean, it could. I'm just. What would we need others for?
Wait, what did you say?
What would we need others for?
Well, other scenarios and stuff. I don't know. Well, yeah, sure. I mean, sure. There could be. I'm calling it vehicle vertical camera anyway. But how did? Yeah, but how would this? This is where I'm starting to have issues understanding how this works. Yeah, I could create a virtual camera in this scene and assign that to the vehicle. But when you put the vehicle in another scene, this will break.
So you give it to the vehicle controller, and you make the vehicle controller and the virtual camera into a prefab.
Okay.
And then we put that into all the scenes where we need the vehicles in.
Okay, so we create a dedicated prefab of the camera.
Well, the camera and the controller.
Well, you already got the vehicle controller as a so.
Well, you can add the camera to the vehicle controller. Or no. They would need to come as a separate package.
Yes. Otherwise, it's acting wrong.
Yes.
Okay, so I just then. Okay, what's the data type for this then? Camera.
Cinemachine virtual camera, I imagine.
Cinema. There's no such thing. What is that?
Well, heck.
Game object? Doesn't that work?
That you can use to get to the offsets.
Well. Okay, I'm going to try this Cinemachine. No, that was a thing, come on. Oh, it's a namespace.
Well, you need to be using that namespace
there we go.
to find that variable.
I got it.
Nice.
Let's call it virtual camera, yes. Okay, Modhessa is going crazy with quotes now. As long as you don't bully Ponto will not bully you. Ticketbox, people here know to be. So many quotes. Any favorites there, Modhessa? So now on the vehicle prefab, I can now set virtual camera to the vehicle virtual camera. Type mismatch, how dare you? That works. Oh, that was weird. So, but it should still smoothly transition to the things.
So that's why we are only playing with the offset. So
yes,
we can essentially, well, we could just flat out give the, I suppose the height offset is probably not a good idea to give, but the other offsets we could just give almost directly from the.
Yeah, because it would smoothly transition to the offset that's given. So yeah, so I'll just do virtual camera, which is the cold, and then off. No. It's probably under the same terms here, like body. No. Follow off. No. Oh, I don't find it. No. Transform. That one often find have crazy stuff in it. Oh, there's an offset. Let's search online. Cine machine, virtual camera, offset, C#, I don't know. What?
You might want to ban flying boat.
Tracked object of M underscore tracked. I mean, that's a random name. A follow offset. Okay, I think tracked object is the one looked at. Maybe follow up. No, I'm confused. But anyway, yeah, let's see if I can do what they did then. Da-da-da. Oh no, this looks very weird. Okay, yes. You must it's follow offset. Okay, so I do like follow offset. A weird name like that. I will call it virtual camera offset, just keep the naming consistent. And then it's like a virtual camera. It's cinematic component in a cinematic I don't think I cinema machine transport. I don't even have that as a term. It might be under cinema machine. Yes, there you go. And then it's called like M underscore follow offset. It's weird, but okay, as long as it works. But what data type is it?
I would imagine vector-free.
It seems to suggest that. There. Beautiful. And then how do I actually...
I don't know.
Do I just set this value? And that's it.
You probably don't want to give it the height. So you'd need to make a new vector free with
Oh no, it needs to be placed in here. The feeling is that cannot reference a non-static field.
So because it's not in the area that is essentially being run,
Okay, so I need to
be
I need to
in the
create it
wake
first, and
or-
then I can then set it at select that. Okay. Okay. And I can see how it behaves as well as needed. Oh, let's see if this works.
Yeah. After that, I'm probably gonna end it for today.
Yeah, that's fine. So I'm going to actually camera offset there. So I start it. It should set it everything to 0 because this set should have -10 normally. Oh. Okay, changing this doesn't do anything. It's being completely ignored. Well, that didn't answer. That didn't help.
But
This
yeah.
is completely different answer. Why is it, oh, it's so cool. Oh, I'm just confused.
Shina machine is beast of its own. As I don't know if how true it is, but I guess the language they use and whatnot kind of seems to also point towards it being a separate package from somewhere. Asset Unity has acquired essentially.
Yeah, but even if I do this, that's also not going to work because it's not referencing anything. I'm so confused. You can't display the camera because the VCam will move it right back to where you said to put it. You have to tell the VCam to put it where you want it. Bring it transpose so you can dynamically. But what's the point of the offsetting? Which apparently does work. I just don't know how to dynamically change the value. You can only adjust the screen next to your parameters. Sometimes you can use an invisible game of the actual target JavaScript. Why? Why you even? I mean, this post is from 5 years old, but still, there is an offset. Can't you just change the offset? I guess maybe not. Maybe I'm not allowed to change the offset. I guess maybe. Also, why is this value different? I did change it during while I was running it. It's still. It remembers the value I set it to.
Well, it at least
That's weird.
Does
This-
it does at least respond when you change it in the editor, so it should
No.
change. For me, it does.
I mean, not from the vehicle.
Well, yes, but I'm set from the inspector. So the question then is, why is
Yeah,
it
but not from the
following
vehicle.
this? Yes,
Not
I
in the
understand what-
inspector for
Yes.
the vehicle.
Are we speaking about? Wait, inspector of the vehicle.
Yes, if I open, if I take.
You're editing the prefab, not the vehicle in scene. If
Okay,
you-
that would
those-
explain it. I had the wrong vehicle selected.
That would indeed explain it.
Still doesn't work though.
Well, fuck. For me, it did.
That's weird. If I go here and change it, this works. Although this doesn't have any smoothing to it though. But
I mean, that just seems to mean when does it update it in there?
in the code,
When did? Yeah, but when does it do it? Does it do it every update? Or...
yeah, I mean, like it does. No, I just tried to set it to 0, which of course is not its default value, but so I just wanted to see if the values changed, but they apparently not.
Vector 0.
Just wanted to zero it out before I do any calculations for its actual values. Oh well.
I guess I would usually, in those sort of cases, use some sort of serialized value that I could then
Yeah, I mean, I
see
have
if
it
actually
here.
does something.
Uh,
And you have the vector
But it doesn't-
0, or
now, yeah, now it updates back to, yeah, so now it updates it back to 0. So if I change this, but it updates, it does reset it 0, but it doesn't apply to the camera.
if you constantly switch it back to 0, then or is the 0 in the update cycle?
Yes, it's in this update cycle.
So it constantly switches it back to 0.
Well, it sets it to 0, so I can't change the value because it sets it to 0, which shows that
Yeah.
it actually does run this thing. And yes, so that
Yeah.
behaves correctly, but it does not
Yes.
update the camera. The camera does not go to 0.
No, that's the offset.
Yeah.
It is the offset 0.
Well, the camera
yeah.
already got an offset.
Yes.
So, is this a different offset? Is there two?
guess.
Is there an offset of an offset?
There might be. But I think that's enough for me for today.
Well, I'm going to type a different value here then.
If you give it a vector free, serialized vector free, that you leave open-ended at the top,
Oh
you
yeah,
can then just switch the numbers on the fly and see how it reacts, if it does at all. But
yeah, this doesn't work. It does not affect the camera.
it's more work.
Unless it's not the follow offset I'm looking for.
That is indeed a possibility. Oh yeah, that's that's happening today.
What's happening
Well,
today?
I know where I'm heading.
Oh,
A cat is returning to the Twitch.
I see.
Oh.
I probably have to look more into this. Anyway, I am hungry. Too much braining today.
Yep. But do we how it be? But thanks for the stream.
Yeah, I got some work done today.
And I learned a lot,
Oh,
which is nice.
noise. Noisy noise. Yeah, there was some interesting stuff there.
Yeah, for example, learning that colliders don't actively
Oh yeah, they don't
their
change
location.
during the update phase. It's just between.
Well, it's at some point of the update phase, I'm pretty sure.
Well, yeah,
but
it's not. If you change the position or rotation, it does not update its collision during
Yes.
during that run.
Yes.
Yes. So tomorrow is Papa Canis, and he might play the let's just ask. Do you want
I
to
will
play
possibly have a-
Neopets tomorrow instead?
Bye bye.
I guess Jannertto is leaving. Bye, Jannertto.
Bye bye.
So, what evening is Pond for a warm heart, explaining sweetness and joy. Okay, shall we read it out then? Cause things, and we'll see if Balkanis wants to play what Balkanis wants to do tomorrow. And I have to rest my brain. I'll get the hang of that eventually. Eventually. We can go to and see Panda Alvi. Panda Alvi is playing Modulus Factory Automation. Another factory game. Hopefully he has more fun with this one. I mean, he had fun with the other one. Why did I say it like that? Anyway, guess we'll read out then. Do you want to do something else, or you mean? Should I do something else? I'm hungry. It took a lot of brain power for me. Something else? I don't know. You said like yes, we'll read out. Then sounded like you were like, oh, I wish we did something else. I don't know. Anyway, I will start reading. You silly one. I will use this splattered pom-pom because it's funny. It's something with... Wait, what? I don't know what you're talking about, Reeman. But anyway, let's go. Apparently, this is some kind of creator program too. I don't know what this is, but we'll see. We'll go and talk to Panda Alvi and see what he thinks of the game. 29 points today. That's a good amount of points. Base low notes, yes. I don't know. I don't know what that has to do with me continuing streaming. Should I play some bass notes on stream? Anyway, let's say hello and say that Panda is fantastic or something. I haven't been there in, well, I've been there, but I haven't raided there quite a long time, so I think the raid is due. 4.5 months it's been. let's go and say hello. I keep saying that.